It's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Ну ты только перчик.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Good morning, or good day, or whatever time of day it is for you, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first official calendar round of ISDCC YoungStars. We're having a round at Sochi, which is located in the south of Russia, and we have some qualifications runs to do first. We have a demonstration, our first run as a demonstration of the track, what it looks like. Have Nikolai Tarasov running in his Lexus IS200. Have a couple of quick transitions, some long outside zones, which are, of course, comprised of touch and goes, and the track itself, of course, presents a challenge to the competitors as the cars we're running. If you're unfamiliar with the car pack, these are 500 or so horsepower cars, most of them are. Anyway, and they have quite a lot of grip, so it does present a challenge in the sense of these are not VDC spec cars, these are not WDTS style cars. So you have to be very precise on your pedals, or how you control the throttle, the brake, etc. We have our first qualification scoring of the day, which is going to be 68 points, which was nearly a meme, but it wasn't. So yeah, as in terms of competitors, we have I believe it is 64 people, as we have Daniil Makarov in his beautiful BMW E92. He demonstrates how you should be running this first wall. You have to increase the angle slightly as you're running from touch and go 1/3 to 1/6. He approaches the second wall using left foot braking pretty much all the way through, but he taps the brakes instead of being on the middle pedal all the time. And the last zone is especially tricky, at least it was for me when I tried it, because you have a constant change in angle of the turn. It isn't constant, it is sort of like rolling. It is going, you have at one point increase in angle and then decrease. So you have to understand how to control the car to not drop any wheels on the outside of the track when you are running at the second to last touch and go, especially. But Daniel there demonstrated that you can actually achieve that, not drop any wheels, maintain pretty consistent angle. The judges explicitly said that in order to get the maximum points, especially for the last outer zone, you got 83 points there, which is gonna be a mark to beat, at least for some time. In our test stage, I think the dropout zone was something 80 something points, which is pretty typical in these sort of competitions. We have Vladimir running very shallow in the first outside zone. You can see he initiated into quite a big angle, and that sort of set him off a disaster because, again, you don't have the power to make that outer zone without corrections in a big angle. And yeah, he's now going again quite shallow there on the last outside zone. But again, you have to lay some sort of a mark on the board, first run done, and then you sort of have a feeling for what the conditions are like on the track, how the car feels, because of course a lot of these people don't have all the time in the world to practice, have 20, 30 runs every now and then. And yeah, pretty disappointing start to the qualification for Vladimir there, but hopefully he'll persevere and make the best out of it. In terms of cars that are present today, we have, again, just as last time, a lot of BMW E92s. We have, again, other BMWs like you see on the screen there, the E46. They are pretty, similar in terms of pace, stuff like that, because of course it's going to be regulated. We can see how Alexei now navigates his way through the first outside zone pretty much straight out of the guidebook how to do it, increasing the angle at the correct moment, doing snappy transitions like so, being quite aggressive, and that's what the judges are looking for, because as you well know, in drifting there is one of the most important criterias, probably the most important when it comes to the highest level of competition, because that's what separates the good drivers from great drivers, which is style points. And in order to get a lot of style points, you have to be aggressive, you have to be committed, and that's sort of is found in the way of transitioning, initiating, being very consistent on the throttle, not being someone who drags the handbrake all the time or is constantly on the left foot brake, as we see Eddie saying there on the line in, like I said, the first E92 of the day. We're gonna see quite a lot of these, as it wasn't a very aggressive initiation, I have to say, just as I talked about it a couple of minutes ago, and I think he's using quite a lot, left foot braking there. This section of the track is probably the most fun. Is going to be the most fun to watch in tandems. We have two very quick transitions, and the second one is of course a transition to the wall, so it does add quite a lot of risk. It doesn't actually run a lot of angle. Oh, it's Kironic 11. Sorry, yeah. It doesn't run a lot of angle, which is surprising because the E92 does actually have the ability to do so, to run quite a lot of it. But again, there's nothing wrong with being maybe a bit cautious on the first run because, as you probably know, we have follow standard procedures in terms of qualification for amount of runs and order of runs. So we're gonna have multiple groups of drivers. In each group, we're gonna have one run for each member of for each competitor in the group, and then they're gonna set a score, and they're gonna do their second run after the first one, and yeah, that sort of makes it so that you don't have to wait an absurd amount of time between your runs. As we see Nissan Silvia crashing into the wall, that's gonna be the first 0 of the day. A very unfortunate scenario. Again, this track, of course, filled with walls. The test stage was at the Formula 1 track, SOCHI, of course, as well. And we had some concrete barriers, we had walls there, but I think this one is much more dangerous because we have higher speeds here. I think I'm right in saying higher speeds, and we also have the walls are pretty much constant, so you're running alongside these walls all the time. As we see, again, Lexus IS 200 running very close to the wall and too close. Yeah, you see that line between, oh well, I'm doing it so close to the wall, is going to be awesome, and oh no, it's a disaster. The line's quite thin, but of course that's what makes it great, and it is so too. Of course, up the difficulty. Walls do up the difficulty, so, you know. As we see, yeah, one of the E92s in this beautiful livery. We're gonna see 4 drivers in this team today, and they are, I think, I'm not familiar with the driving of the other members of the team, but Daniil Makarov is a very, you know, respected driver here in ISDCC, very well known. As he finishes his run, again, pretty similar to how he did his previous one, and you know, doing these sort of micro taps on the brake pedal just to settle the car in as he's running the wall. It's a 96, which is going to be a mark to beat for quite a long time, because I think I'm right in saying that in the test stage, 96 was the highest score in the entirety of the qualification, which is well, not surprising, because getting 100 in any drift series is very tough. As we see Vladimir attempting his second run, maybe he can get his nerves in and not DNF this time. He makes a transition and the second one, and it's too close. As I said, yeah, these 2 transitions, this is the most interesting part of the track. But it is, of course, very risky, and if you are committed but you're not careful, in the sense that you're not actually monitoring your speed, you're gonna smash into the wall pretty easily. As we see Alexei making his way in the first outside zone, bit of corrections here and there, but again, following the judge's assignment pretty well here. Left foot braking where it's possible. Of course, it's not, you know, a tool you can use on any part of the track you like. At any moment, of course, you have to be moderate with it. Very good control of the car in the last outside zone. This is something I'm going to have to say about this run in particular, because you see a lot of drivers, like in practice and stuff like that, where they transition into the last zone, and they are running very wide there, dropping wheels, correcting because they are, of course, triggered by dropping the wheels, and yeah, it's not a good look. But here it is, very much under control, precise, and well, most importantly, getting all the clipping points. And of course, because these are touch and goes, it doesn't really matter where you touch them. It is going to be a full mark, as we see Kirill Nikolaev in his, again, very good looking, I have to say, E92 Beamer. Again, making his way very close to the wall there on transition. This is exactly what the judges wanted. And slowing down a bit there before the last touch and go in the second wall section. And yeah, this last zone, which can catch some drivers by surprise, but not him. Again, not the best run, not the best score for his first run. 73 is probably, to be honest, not going to be enough to make it to the top 32. But, you know, anything above, I'd say, something like 83, 86 is going to be pretty much all right, I think. And, of course, it does depend on who's running in the competition, because last time Vadim Abramov, wanted to compete in his Mustang, which was, of course, adjusted to this level of competition, but he couldn't be bothered to run, so I didn't see him. As we see Igor Kiba in his red, striking Nissan Silvia S15, maybe not that much of an angle on the transition, and quite shallow there in the second touch and go. In 3/2, that's what I mean. But you have to keep in mind, he had the 0 in his first run, so anything, above, not anything above that, but some solid points after 0, of course, is a big improvement. Of course, we have 3 judges as usual. You're probably familiar with the scoring. We have 3 judges who are responsible for their own criteria. It is line, angle, and style. And
wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Of course.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow. beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
We are back for the rest of the runs for the upcoming groups, and I think we are done with the first one, and we're gonna see can anyone beat the 96-point run, which is of course the top score for the moment, as we see Andre in his Nissan Sylvia going quite shallow there in the first outside zone, and he actually managed to get it back and get the rest of the touch and goes on the first wall. But yeah, he isn't, following the assignment very closely, because, again, as I said, you have to be moderately increasing angle there, and he's doing these like sudden directions, which is going to be, of course, if you're familiar with the scoring principle in drifting, corrections are mainly deduction on angle, and a lot of times they are a correction on the style criteria as well, because of course style is mostly about how your run looks, how it's sort of like a wow effect, and seeing corrections in someone's run, of course, doesn't bring a wow effect to the table. But, a meme score of 69 is something to, of course, start with. We're gonna see Nur in, I think, Lexus attempting his run now. Oh, no, sorry, it's 13. Yeah, and he is doing, a pretty good job of not being very, very aggressive with the angle, but maybe a bit too safe there in touch and go 2, which is right after the first transition, because you have to be close to the wall and have a bit more angle there. But still, it is the first run. But the last thing looks beautiful there from him. Again, mostly it's about control when you have these walls coming close to you in every possible section of the track, pretty much, apart from the last outside zone, of course. You have to be a bit more cautious, at least on the first run. But there, of course, you could see how it managed to get it done. Maybe not too flashy of a run, but an 80 on the board, which is a very, very respectable score. And yeah, it's a good foundation to work on. Not giving you any predictions again on the dropout zone so far. Again, I said something about 83 maybe, but that's just from my experience running in other competitions and watching something similar in terms of driver level myself. We see Nikita in his Nissan Laurel and getting his way through outside zone 1. Maybe a bit too many corrections there, but of course it's up to the judges to decide whether something was smooth or maybe a bit too much of a jiggle. Nissan Laurel, of course, a longer car, and in these cars, something like E92, anything related to a Mark II platform, Toyota Crown, a Mark II Chaser, etc., and the Laurel as well. All these like longer cars in the circumstances that are present now. So walls everywhere, and clipping points very close to the walls. It is a bit of a challenge if the hitbox of the car is pretty much on the outside, like lines of the car, on the outside lines of the car. And you have a higher chance of smashing into the wall. We see another S15 Sylvia piloted by Ivan there. Very neat through outside zone 1, but quite shallow on touch and go 2. And transitioning now to the wall. Correcting the car maybe a bit too much. Getting scared of the wall, I think. And it's just my conclusion based on what I see. And yeah, the rest of the round looks fine. A couple of things to, of course, correct. Touch and go 2. Being close to the wall is a way to get more points. The judges talked about that on the briefing. Being more snappy maybe on transitions, but also regarding touch and goes 3/1/2/3, being more, flowy with it and not jerking the car too much, because that's what upsets your line, your speeds, and as a result upsets your core. But 72 there on the board. Maybe not too much, but it's not 0, and it's not like a 30-point run. He showed there that he can get all the clipping points. But anyway, we see Oleg in yet another E92 going very, very shallow and going into a massive angle. Dropping wheels on the inside of the track, which is an unusual sight, and very predictably crashing into the wall, getting a 0 for his first run. All these competitions, of course, nerves play a big part, but you have to get on top of that. Otherwise, you're not going to get any feasible results. Very, as I said, very unusual sight, dropping wheels on the inside of the track. Of course, if you drop wheels on the outside, you're going to be in the wall. But maybe his car's just too gripped up. Anyway, another Nissan low rail there on your screens, being driven by Artyom, and doing pretty much what the doctors said. Well, maybe going a bit too shallow in touch and go 3/1, and consequently in /2 and /3 as well. Oh, and maybe if the corrections, of course, the car is being corrected pretty much all the time when you're driving, in the natural sense that of course you have to steer it and maybe modulate the throttle. But if the corrections are visible, that's already like a big no, because if you can see on your screen, it's a major one. We see now, I think this is like the most beautiful car in today's qualification, at least so far, but in my opinion, it is the best one on the grid. It's an E46 driven by Anatoly there, and yeah, it's a beautiful car and quite a good line as well. Very, very little angle there, though. In the assignment, it says that you have to transition into like borderline big angle, so it's medium to big angle. And then as you go close to the finish, you decrease the angle more towards like borderline small angles. It's medium or so, yeah, slightly less than medium. But you could see there that it was, of course, very little angle. That has to do, of course, with the speed that he was carrying, mostly. and we're gonna see the second set of runs, starting with Andre, of course, as he was the first one to open up the second qualification group, and we'll see if he can beat his personal best of 69 laid there in the first run, and so far it seems it's really not too bad. The most, of course, difficult part, in my opinion, is the two consequent transitions there in the area of touch and go too, but also just running along the wall there in the first outside zone is a tall order, especially in these cars. It does, of course, heavily depend on how you tune your car. So if you can manage to make it grippy that you don't fall behind any of the competitors that are in the competition with you, of course, but also make it so that you can get all the clipping points, you're going to be fine. And they'll know they're, again, very wide there on the first wall, getting all the clipping points, all the touch and goes. Snappy transition close to the wall. This is exactly what you want to get a good score on the board, and not increasing the angle out of touch and goes 3/3, which is again a very good mark for him. Very solid run, very solid run. But he had an 80 in the first run, so it's not a big surprise. It's not like he had a 30 and then he laid this. But yeah, maybe it's gonna be a progression in terms of scoring, and it is. It's an 83, which is not too big of a step up, but it's just gonna help because, of course, if every competitor takes part in the qualification, all 60 or so drivers, there's a good chance quite a lot of them are going to be in the high 80s, 90s, and you have to get a good score to get into top 32. Nikita as well attempting his second run. You could see the car maybe jerking around a bit in the first outer zone because, a big correction there because he was having some understeer moments. But yeah, in order to get the car to stay wide in the first outer zone, or in the third one, or in the fourth one, the final one, you have to use some means of slowing down, maybe the wheel speed, be it left foot braking, or maybe small handbrake taps. But it does, of course, affect the car. But it's up to the driver to make it smooth, to make it to not affect his line too bad in the negative way. Of course, it does have to affect his line in a positive way. But you can see the opposite of that in some of the qualification runs today. We see another BMW E92 driven by Ivan there. In the E92, of course, is a long wheelbase car, so it is harder to make snappy transitions in it, but he managed to do so. Of course, getting quite close to the outside part of the track. Oh, sorry, it's not E92. When I did, missing some of the touch and goes in the last zone, which is not a very usual sight in these sort of runs by our drivers today. Because, of course, if you manage to get the first touch and go, the 4/1, and you are in sort of medium to big angle, and you're on the throttle at the correct point, you're gonna get at least, well, 3, I think there are like 4 of them in the last zone. But yeah, you can make it without dropping wheels on the outside part of the track. But if you transition to quite a bit of an angle, you're going to lose speed and you're not going to get the clipping points. We see Ooh, the second run by Oleg. He's missing pretty much everything there. Straightening out, getting into too much of an angle and missing. Touching goes again. Yeah, he's not doing well so far, if I'm honest. But we're gonna see if the judges deem it as a 0, because of course if you know, you know, but there are a couple of criteria for a 0 run. So it's either straightening out, spinning out, or it could be unchaseable run. So if you're doing everything on the inside of the track where the clipping when the clipping points are on the outside, that's gonna be unchaseable, because how's the chase driver gonna figure out you're gonna be on the inside when you're supposed to be on the outside? But anyway, we see Artyom attempting his second run and getting major correction right there off the start and crashing into a wall. Very unfortunate end of the qualification for Artyom, because he got very disappointing 54-point run at the start and then a 0. We're gonna see Anatoly, who, despite my comments about how good his car looks, he only got 62 points in his first run. Maybe he can do better. At least the first zone actually does look better than it did in the first run that he did. But oh, this section does catch everyone out, because if you slow down too much, you're not gonna make all the touch and goes. But if you don't slow down enough, of course you're gonna end up in the wall. So this is the part of the track that you have to be the most precise. Kind of not very easy to understand, but maybe not to everyone. Maybe someone doesn't actually watch sim drifting in the chat there. So it is worth it to explain. It is an increase in points, but only just. Again, not necessarily saying goodbye to anyone so far, because we have a lot of people still to judge and to score their runs. But so far, of course, we've seen zeros, and but also we've seen some 80
Wow,
plus
it's
point
such a
runs.
beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow. Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
It's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow.
We are gonna be having the third qualification group and seeing whether anyone from this group can beat the 96-point run, which is our top qualifier so far, as we see Ilmar there in the IS200. Again, correcting the car maybe a bit too much, but anyway, the touch and goes are being collected. This is the most crucial point, of course. Line criteria is fulfilled. The last outer zone looks very fine as well. Oh, dropping wheels there. I think this is the only sort of thing I can say that is negative about the run, apart from a bit of wiggling there in the first outer zone. If you've been watching the test stage, we had a different scoring principle there. Right now it is different because, of course, that's what the test stage was for, to work out the things that are right, things that are wrong. And now we have 30 points for style, 30 points for angle, and 40 points for line. So line is now the most sought out criteria, and not style. We see Nikolai in, I think, the third one. Ooh, 0. Unfortunate. The third, I wanted to say that was the third, I think the third, Nissan Laurel of the day. And starting out with the 0 isn't, the best scenario. Ramil is up next. And we can see whether, he can get right out there, be aggressive, and impress the judges, because that's essentially what every competitor is here for today. A very short double handbrake there on initiation, running the wall nicely. It's very, very wide line there. Very solid. Not a lot of angle though, again in touch and go too. But also very close to the second wall in the third outside zone. Transitioning maybe a bit too wide. But still, of course, he's carrying all the angle that's needed in the last outside zone, getting all the touch and goes. Touch and goes in our competition are a thing that's like divided into two cars essentially. So touch and go, of course, what it means that you get maximum points for line, whether you just touch it or put your both wheels there. But it is divided into two parts for mainly for tandems. When we're gonna see who was like whose line was wider in the lead, who was there, who was where, and all stuff like that. As we're gonna see another BMW E46 driven by Pavel as he's initiating very shallow there, and getting no lot of angle out of his car. Yeah, I think it is a very fast run. You can give him that. But, dialing in a lot of grip in your car also comes with a disadvantage. That running big angle in these cars is a challenge altogether, but if you're making the cars even more grippy than they are out of the box, you're gonna have issues with the angle thing. He managed to do quite well, I think, after the initiation, of course, because the initiation itself could have been better. Just like last time in the test stage, the initiation is one of the most important parts, if not the most important. Well, it was the most important part on the test stage. It isn't now, but it still is a major point because that's where you show your commitment and your ability to initiate the car with a very quick handbrake tap, or even if you can make it without a handbrake, that's going to be even better, of course. But I don't think we've seen anyone do it so far. Maybe someone will manage. But of course, the chance of crashing into a wall there, which is very close to you when you initiate, is much higher when you are not slowing down the car with the handbrake, which is the easiest way to initiate and to control the car in drift. But I think some of the mistakes that Pavel made in the first outside zone and in the second touch and go, again being quite shallow on the angle, not making very snappy transitions, is what cost him good scores. But Alex Orlov is up next in yet another Sylvia. And we see immediately left foot braking there in the first outside zone. But it is a good line so far. Sort of, it's like you can have different lines through touch and go 2, of course. And then to touch and go 3/1. But this is sort of like the in the middle one. Yeah, very solid. So like, if I have to make predictions, like a maybe high 70 run, which is, of course, very good starting point. If that's the case, that's not necessarily what it's going to be. Again, I'm not a judge. I'm just here to share my thoughts on whatever is going on the track and maybe outside the track. Of course, I like to talk about things that are happening in the real world of pro drifting and stuff like that. The judges' scores are dropping. Of course, every judge has his own sort of speed in terms of how quick he makes his decisions. It's not gonna be the sort of a score I anticipated, which is not very surprising. Again, I'm not a judge. I did judge, I think, 2 events in my life, and one of them wasn't very good in terms of organization. It was mainly like console players on Car Extra Racing online, and they were doing like 0 after 0, so it wasn't very interesting, and it was very long. The judges are also, the people who get the most beating, be it like in chat, if it's a game, or in all sorts of social media, and then maybe in person as well, if someone's brave enough, because the judges are the ones, essentially, first who decide the fate of any individual driver, and then sort of the outcome of the competition in its entirety. And of course, to have a good score, you have to understand how the judging works. But we see a 70-point run, so it wasn't a high 70, but it was a low 70. I was in the correct sort of range, but quite a bit off. We see again one of the most good-looking cars off the grid pulling up to the start line. I really like E92s with a big wing. It does have quite a lot of style in it. It does remind me of the FDJ champion. I forget his name all the time. But Grigori isn't an FDJ champion, and he's on the left foot brake immediately after initiating, which is gonna be a deduction in points. And he's doing the same thing in the second outside zone, so sort of maybe he's used to 1,000 horsepower VDC style cars. VDC spec, I would say. We can see that his car is, pretty dialed in, but the judges said that you have to drive without left foot braking in touch and goes 1/1, 1/2. So this small stretch has to be done without left foot braking or hand braking. But Grigori there immediately got on the middle pedal, and of course the judges are going to notice that, and they're going to have to deduct some points. Left foot braking after 1/2 is alright. It's not punishable, of course, if you do it within the rules. If you're left foot braking to the point where your car is barely moving, that is going to be a deduction, quite a big one. And you're probably still not going to make it because, well, of course, if you're not moving, you're not picking up speed, you're not going to get the touch and goes. But 74 on the board, quite predictably, and Alexei in an E92, another one, showing that he can do without left foot braking the first outside zone, which is good for him. And well, one of the few people who can actually transition into touch and go 3/1 without any sort of corrections, but ooh, he does go very shallow in 4/1. Maybe the only point that has to be sort of worked on. 4/1, very shallow. But on these tracks where you have pretty much no reference points whatsoever, well, on this track you do have, for the most part, reference point, which is a wall, but the last zone, of course, has no reference points because there is no wall there are no cones, nothing. So you have to sort of know where you're going and make the transition as precise as possible to get all the clipping points. And it's I think I'm right saying 3 E92s in a row. We're going to see many, many more of these in the coming qualification groups. It's going to be Team of Faye this time, as he's going. She started off quite shallow and with very little angle, but managed to get it back. Doing snappy transitions as he was asked to, but adding angle after 3/3 like that isn't, gonna be very much rewarded by the judges. It is all right in terms of it's not a mistake punishable by death, but if you can do without it, you're gonna have a lot more points than if you do that sort of little mistake. So that was the end of the first runs for the third qualification group, and Ilmar, who was, of course, the first driver in the group, is gonna go and do his second run. His first one was quite disappointing, but that's why we get second runs, and he's shallow again in the first zone. I think he tried to be as sort of aggressive as possible, and it didn't quite work out. But he picked up the remains like very nicely. Touch and go 2 was very well done. And the same can be said about the last zone. It is very much in control, very precise. But that first zone is gonna hurt him like so much, because corrections, not getting the zone, the touch and goes, and quite shallow angle, that is a recipe for disaster, if I have seen one. It is going to be an improvement, but sadly, not by much. Again, sort of expected, but still, not going to be a pleasant surprise for him. Nikolai is the next one to run, and it is a Nissan Laurel. I think, again, the first outside zone is going to hurt him the most in terms of points, because otherwise, so far, the run looks good. Maybe apart from the transition into 4/1, and it is shallow in 4/2. Yeah, making some noticeable mistakes there in the run, in surprisingly the very beginning and the very end of the run. But, maybe he can sort of get it from there and be better in the next round. All our rounds, I think I remember saying, are going to be held in Sochi, so there is maybe some sort of a luck for those who are from the southern regions of Russia. As we see Ramil being very wide there in the first zone and in the area of Tashengu too. Same goes for the third zone. Very wide there, very good. Again, dropping wheels there, and come on. And in the last outside zone, but it's not that big of a mistake. Of course, it is mostly a deduction in any competition if you drop wheels. But you have some areas where it's like possible to do that. For instance, on initiation, there's a dotted line, which might suggest for everyone watching and driving for themselves that you can't cross it, but you actually can. You can drop wheels there. And Ramil getting in 72 points for his second run, so it is an improvement. We're just unsure so far whether that's going to be enough to get him into the top 32. But someone who does have to improve quite drastically is Pavel, but because he got 50 points for his first run, and 50 points is, well, most definitely is going to be enough. Some of the mistakes he made are sort of, that wasn't a good transition, and the wall is gonna hunt you down if you make those mistakes. But the first zone looked, I think I'm right in saying, looked better than it did in the first qualification run that he did. It's just a shame that it ended this way. But yeah, nice try, as they say in gaming. No sweat, nice try. And Alexander Love is gonna, try his best to get on top of the people who are in this qualification group, because we haven't seen some crazy scores from the people in the third group so far. And his 70-point run is actually very decent, as he's making his way to the third outside zone. It is very, very nice sort of angle throughout the whole zone. Not correcting the car, not making any sudden adjustments. Yeah, very solid, very solid. Well, his first run was very good, and I think it was this run that I predicted it was going to be like a high 70s run, and it was sort of not really that. But consistency is key, so his first run was, in my opinion, very good, very precise. And his second run was no less, to say the least, because again, there are a couple of points where, well, actually, it was, judging by the scores, it was a lot worse, so maybe, don't know, something that the judges do. We are returning to, again, one of the most beautiful cars in the competition, E92 big wing, sort of toxic green in delivery. Oh no, this is going to be an improvement, and well, I would probably say congratulations for getting 80 plus, which is an achievement in itself. And Grigory Nosov there is gonna attempt his luck. Oh, it's not very much in control, and I think he was straightening out there, so it is probably gonna be a 0. But we'll see about that. Maybe I'm wrong. Using too much left foot braking, it's like, bro, it's not Drift Masters Poland, and you're not in Piotr Wieczek's A90 Supra, so slow down there. But I don't mean that in the sense that he has to slow down even more. It's I was thinking sort of the opposite. This is like the definition of style done wrong, because style in its essence, of course, implies that you are on the throttle, you are very wide, and well, not dropping wheels, but you're as wide as you can. Your line's very sort of open, and you are aggressive, and that was like the opposite, demonstrated there by Mr. Nosov. In the first run, he initiated and immediately got on the left foot brake, but he still sort of managed to get it done. So the first zone was sort of all right, apart from major left foot braking in 1/1 and 1/2, which is, of course, as I already talked about previously, is a mistake and is a deduction. And this time, he sort of did the first run. I don't know whether someone said that it's going to be a mistake, or whether someone told him, but obviously he sort of figured out that that's what hurt him in terms of points, and he thought the best way to improve is gonna be to left foot brake even more. Spoiler alert, it isn't. And no surprises there. A very low score for Grigory. And moving on to the next competitor, Alexei, 65 for the first run, and yeah, another E92, unsurprisingly. increasing angle there quite suddenly again. Not what the judges sort of wanted, but if the rest of the run is fine, that it's not gonna be career-ending mistake. And the rest of the run isn't too bad. But again, sort of corrections, I think corrections hurt him quite a lot because you could see that he can, of course, be wide where he needs to be wide. He can dial in the angle that is required at any given moment to make all the zones, to do all that. But he sort of does that in any outside zone where he sort of suddenly changes the angle, or he just thinks that, oh no, I'm not gonna make that touch and go, I'm not gonna get it, and he sort of decreases the angle a bit. And again, as a result, not a lot of points. And Timofey, another E92, of course. As we've had ooh, it's a 0. Yeah, the first zone is very tricky. I tried, of course, driving this track myself in the same cars as the guys today are attempting their runs in. And it was probably the trickiest part right off the bat because it's not the constant angle. It's not the sort of zone with constant angle. It is changing ever so slightly, and there are some changes in the wall texture. So it's not, the wall is also not constant, and I crashed quite a lot of times there in the places where it either changes angle or the wall becomes a bit different. But you know, a lot of people who watch, maybe someone in the chat can relate. People who watch Formula Drift and Drift Master as well, of course, really like wall rides and stuff like that because it is essentially something that the championship is built on. Pretty much every track has one, has a wall. In some sense, we can say that this is similar to Formula Drift. But of course, it isn't. And we're gonna see Grigori in again E92. No surprises. Maybe like an addition to the championship would be renaming the car to default drift car or something. Not even bother naming. It's still gonna be a long run. It is a 0 right off the bat. The wall, as I said there, comes very quick at you if you don't slow down enough, and if you're not precise on the sort of angle that you're doing, then you're gonna have a crash. But we'll see if it's gonna be another 0 or not. You can see, like, he initiates and he has immediately a massive understeer moment. And yeah, he's missing quite a fair bit of touch and goes, and he's crashed into the wall again. Like, he transitions, and sort of the front just doesn't want to go where he needs it. It sort of washes closer to the outside. The car wants to straighten out. So that concludes third group, and our top quali so far is Daniil Makarov, Alexei Nishadym, Ilnur Simbaev, Игорь Киба, Кирилл Николаев, Nikita Yeparov, Ivan Karmushin, Andrei Akhmetov, Nikolai Tarasov, and Anatoly Serpaev. And we'll see you with the fourth qualification group very shortly.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
It's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
It's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow. Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow. Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow.
And we are back with the qualification groups that are still left to run. We apologize for the long delay, but we have Daniil Kozlov for you in his rather stunning Forester, and very unusual car, but he was of course very successful in test stage, and he's showing now that he's able to. Ooh, he corrects the car there a bit too much, I think, but he's showing that he can manage both the SOCHI AUTODROM GP circuits, part of it anyway, and this one as well. Very solid run, apart from, of course, the area of touch and go 3/2, I think, where he sort of corrects the car a bit too much. Of course, buffer braking quite heavily there and all that. A 93 on the board, so far. Yeah, corrected to a bit of a lower score. But anyway, it's not going to be top quality, but very confidently we can say is going to be second so far, and very good contender for top 3. As Roman Friedman, now also a participant of the test stage, is now running very wide there in the first zone. Very good line. The angle is not that right in the second outside zone, but other than that, getting on the left foot brake immediately after transitioning to 4/1 is a very nice line. I remember watching him in the test stage practice and quality as well. He was like probably one of the best, especially chase drivers out there. We'll probably see him in the top 32 to get a feeling of what it's like for him on this track to give chase to people and something like that. Yeah, so an 84 on the board, which is probably gonna be enough, hopefully. But next up is gonna be Alexander Melnikov in BMW E46, and yeah, not too much of an angle there in the first outer zone, and this is gonna be not too much angle there as well. Well, maybe in the touch and go by the number of 2. And it's a very, again, calculated run, but maybe the transitions could be a bit more snappy and a bit more angle there as well on the transitions and on closer to the finish, I'd say, because although you do have to decrease angle going through the last outer zone, there was maybe a bit too much of a decrease, but what do I know? I'm just an observer, pretty much just like you guys who are watching the stream. But 80 points on the board, again, not too shabby. As we see Andrei Popov now in an E92 Beamer, a very pro-looking car, I'd say. It is probably based on some sort of a pro car, a VDC one, or anyway, something close to it. Yeah, just as pretty much everyone driving an E92, he's doing a fair share of left foot braking through most of the zones. That might be the only sort of like points top detections, and the angle as well, I'd say. But of course, you have to understand that watching it from trackside camera or, well, actually any camera other than the ones that the judges use, sort of doesn't tell the whole story about the angle and the corrections. Because of course it looks different from the outside than it does from the inside, and also it looks a bit different from trackside than it does from chase camera. And Igor Matorny, a guy who's driving a Mazda RX-7 in the test stage, now switching to a Nissan Silvia S15. Is it going to be a change for the better? Well, at least so far he's going very nicely. Maybe again, too little of an angle in second outside zone. Other than that, very solid. Maybe a bit too calculated, yeah, again, as I said. Not too much aggression, not too much of a... Like, probably someone remembers in Formula Drift one of the judging, one of the criteria for qualification back when they had solo quali runs, there was X Factor, and it was something like, I don't know, 5-10 points, I don't remember, probably 10. And that's exactly what sort of, again, separates good from the great. I'm not saying that it was, again, better on anything. It was very good, but sort of not too much expression. But yeah, we've seen some of the other people who have tried their luck in quali today who had quite a lot of expression, but then they ended up in the wall or well, we haven't actually seen any spin outs so far. Might be a thing of the future. And as Vladimir Zakharov now initiates and correcting the car heavily there right off the start and running very, very low angle, the judges will look at that and probably deem it as a mistake. Right now, there is no sort of like indicated angle ranges for each outside zone and stuff like that. Maybe it will come in the foreseeable future, but you could clearly see, like, comparing Vladimir's run to some runs of the other people who have scored like high 80s and 90s, he was running significantly less angle in the first outside zone and in the second touch and go than these like top scorers and contenders for the quali the number one spot in quali. But anyway, Nikita in yet another E92 BMW, now navigating his way, running very wide there as well. Very solid run, but he makes a mistake on transition. Transitions way too much on the inside, slowing down there because he's scared of the wall. Not too sure what happened there. In the touch and go by the number of 3/2, but it looked like he was getting very close to the wall and he sort of had to get away from it. Led to, of course, quite a lot of corrections and it just upset the car a lot. That's really not something you want to see, because, of course, if he did that in tandems, it would be like a really big mistake because the chase driver would have nothing to do other than to pretty much crash into the lead driver. But yeah, he managed to get a score, so Yaroslav is going to be up next. Do I need to say it? It is an E92 BMW, and it is a very nice line again. Maybe could use a bit more angle. Other than that, yeah, the line's there, style's there. I don't see him use too much of, left foot braking or handbrake use that would sort of bring his score down significantly. And so that was, I think I'm right saying that was the end of the first runs for this qualification group, and they're gonna do it again very shortly. Of course, starting with beautiful Subaru Forester. Of course, they're dropping in for Yaroslav Banderov, and we're gonna see whether his sort of slight miscalculations bring his score down, or it's gonna be maybe not that bad, and it's gonna be like a mid sort of. I always tend to say, yeah, it is gonna be a good score. Like 83 is maybe gonna be like the dropout zone. Something below 83 is gonna be the end of this competition for drivers who are just under the line. And yeah, we see the Forester on the line already, waiting for his turn. And yeah, Daniel Kozlov on the brakes immediately. I'm not sure how the whether he used that to initiate or not, because if he did, that's alright. Pace is really, like, surprising, because we've seen, of course, a lot of people who are driving standard cars from the car pack, and compared to them, I'd say that this Forester is, well, quite a bit quicker, especially in some of the high speed sections, like the exit from touch and go 1/6 towards the second touch and go, and then towards 3/1. That quick section of transitions is quite quick, and his Forester there actually, is very rapid, but he doesn't make any sort of advancements on his first run. It is going to be 90, which is still, well, he's still going to be the second highest scorer in this qualification. But maybe Roman Friedman has something to say about that. He's got an 84 for his first run. If he can beat 92, if he can be like 93, it is going to be his spot, the number 2 spot. Or maybe he can aim for a number 1. Let's see. Ooh, the wall there. He managed to somehow hold on to it. I'm not sure how the judges are gonna deem it, if it's chaseable or not. Probably it is, because, well, you still need to make the transition roughly in that sort of area, so not sure that there's anything wrong with it. Maybe there is. It was still like a good watch, because usually, of course, you see. No, it was a 0. Usually you see, because people drive into a wall and then they just spin out, or they end up in the wall and they stay there. But sort of this motion where you hit the wall and it gives you an sort of like momentum to transition, that's very sort of interesting. Like Alexander Melnikov there, hit the wall, upset the car, and it is going to be a mistake. You can, of course, do like kiss the wall in the first outer zone or in the second one. But the way I said, of course, contacts work is the car is made from concrete, basically. So if you hit something, it's just gonna bounce off it. And you're not gonna get. Of course, there's no deformation or anything. It's not BMG drive. So if you hit a wall or you hit a competitor, it's not gonna be very pleasant, to say the least. And it isn't a pleasant score, because his 61 is pretty low, but he has his like first run 80 points, and we'll see if that's gonna be enough. Meanwhile, Andrei Popov again, very good looking Beamer, especially the wheels actually make an impression. He makes his way up to the second outer zone, carrying a lot of speed into it. It's interesting to see. That's one way to do it. Get out there to get it wide, and to still get all the touch and goes. Great line by Popov. If it is gonna be an improvement from the 74-point run that he did previously, yeah, and it is. It's an 82, which again probably is gonna be somewhere near, sort of like the dropout zone, maybe. But to be honest, we haven't seen like too many 90 plus runs, so maybe the dropout zone will be lower. Something like 75, maybe. Igor Motorny, based on that logic, is quite safe, but he is, of course, doing his second run. And it is looking good. Maybe a bit shallow on the touch and go 3/2/3, but otherwise wide where it needs to be, stable in terms of angle, and decreasing it, increasing it, just where it needs to do it. I'm not gonna say textbook run, because a textbook run is, well, a 100-point run, and we haven't seen any of those so far, at least. But it is getting there, getting pretty close. We see 35 points, which probably indicates that these are the points for his line criteria, as I already talked about previously. Line gives you 40 points now, and the two other criteria give you 30, which of course adds up to a combined score of a potential 100. So the second run wasn't actually an improvement, but it's very close. 86, 83. Good effort. If he can be like this consistent in tandems and not get outpaced by someone who, maybe turned up the grip to 11, then he can be in a very good position. Well, of course, we haven't seen any chase runs, but talking exclusively about lead runs so far. Quality isn't necessarily actually a good indication, but something to bear in mind. And it is gonna be another run by Vladimir. As I said previously, after his first run, he was running very low angle, and he's running more, especially in touch and go 2, but his front tire sort of can't grip up and can't get the necessary grip, and so it's sort of the front washes out very wide, and that leads to a major correction, and if it was maybe a bit more severe, he would have ended up in the wall. Fortunately, that didn't happen, but again, maybe if I were a judge, especially the angle judge, I would say that he needs to run more angle in the first outside zone, because I know these cars aren't very powerful and they are very grippy, so it is challenging, and the first outside zone is very long, there's no denying that, but you can still make it in sort of like medium angle. I've driven some of the drivers' cars for this round, and you can make it in sort of like medium angle. Of course, I know nothing about car tuning and fine like steps to make it quicker or anything like that, but like out of the box, it is doable. So maybe with further adjustments, it is even easier. But Nikita Krylov running is again E92. Good line so far, but it is going to be a very wide line into outside zone 2, and as a result, there's a collision with a wall. But it didn't straighten out. That's what matters. Well, the judges can still say that it's unchaseable and, score him, get him a 0, but we'll see about that. And it isn't gonna be 0, which is a good thing. He got lucky because he hit the wall with his sort of rear end of the car, and it sort of bounced off the wall, and he carried on up to his merry way. But Yaroslav Banderov now also attempting to improve on his already quite impressive 83 points for the first run. Good angle, snappy transitions, and maybe some corrections as well. not without that, of course. But again, 83 points on the board already. Maybe you can improve on that because, again, the speed was there, the angle was there, the style was there. Of course, snappy transitions, as I said. Of course, sorry. Also, you have to bear in mind that he's driving an E92, and because it is a, as I already said previously, longer wheelbase car, snappy transitions are harder. It's just physics. But he made it work, and that's obviously good for him. Maybe that will result in a good score. We'll see about that. And it isn't. Unfortunately. If that's the final score, of course. But good effort. That's gonna be the end of our quali group. And so far, as you can see, our top qualifiers are Daniil Makarov, still unbeaten, Daniil Kozlov, a new entry, Alexei Neshadim, Igor Motorny in 4th place, Roman Friedman, Ilnur Simbayev, Yaroslav Banderov, Andrei Popov, Alex Arlov, again new entry, and Vladimir Zakharov. So a couple of new names, a couple of old ones.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
It's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow.
Again, we apologize for yet another delay. We have some technical difficulties, which are, well, resolved for now. And we're gonna have Group 5 doing their qualification runs. In total, we have 7 groups, if everything goes to plan. So we're more than halfway through the quali, and of course we're gonna have tandems right after the last group finishes their run. Well, of course we're gonna have a bit of a break, but I mean that in the sense that the competition is not divided into 2 days. So you're gonna see all the action in one day. I wanted to say that it's packed, but due to the delays that we're having, it's not really packed, but no, we're trying our best. Each group, 8 drivers. So some people, of course, are gonna be at the very end because they have some issues, difficulties, etc. But first off, we're gonna have Dmitry in Nissan Sylvia S15, who is performing some sort of a interesting maneuver and ending up with a 0, which is well, not the best way to start your qualification. So could be worse. But next up, we're gonna have the new Kozlov, another Kozlov, in a Nissan Laurel. Good angle right off the initiation, carrying quite a bit of speed. Don't see much left for braking there. Rotating the car nicely, getting the second touch and go close to the wall, extending his line to the outside, getting all the touch and goes in the second outside zone, and doing the same thing in the last one, which is really what you want to see. That was like right on the line there in the last outside zone. I don't think it could get any wider than that. But well, without dropping tires, that is. Of course, you can get wider, and that is going to be a mistake. But we'll see what judges will think of that. So we're going to have sort of a surprise driver in this group. I'm not sure whether he'll actually be driving. But we have, as I said, in the, I think, first quali group, we have a full team in this competition, well, at least in this round, 4 drivers in with running same livery. This time it's going to be Vladislav Kolosov in his E92. Left foot braking right off the initiation, and some more left foot braking there on the wall. You can see the car has quite a lot of pace to give very quick sequence of transitions, and being right on the wall and left foot braking still while being on the wall. A lot of commitment there. Yeah, I think the word to sum up this run is commitment, because he was close to the walls. He was on the foot brake, but that's all right, because sort of the general rule in pretty much all the competitions regarding left foot braking is, if it's not slowing you down or affecting the chase driver, if we're talking about tandems, then it's all right. If you're left foot braking and your car is actively slowing down or not gaining speed where it needs to be gaining speed, then it's a mistake. In his case, I guess it wasn't, so we're gonna see another S15. Originally, in this fifth group, we were gonna have, out of 8 drivers, we were gonna have 5 E92s and 2 S15s, and this is one of them. This is Vladislav Ryazantsev. Again, very wide, just what you need to do. Maybe a bit too shallow in the second touch and go. You can see, like, comparing his lead, his run, to the previous quali run, he's running a bit less angle in pretty much every zone of the track, and this is, well, if it's within the sort of marked range of angles that you can run and still get a decent score, then, well, alright, you can do that. But if it's just under that line of angle that gives you a good score, but I guess it wasn't, because he got 92 for his first run, and that's gonna put him, well, we have another 92, of course, already laid there, so it is gonna be down to the second quali run to decide who's the second best qualifier. Vlad Novikov, again, another driver for this team in black, purple, and carbon. Kevlar, I guess. I'm not that good on colors, and it seems to be some sort of a connection issue, maybe on his end. So it's hard to judge what was the run like, but well, in terms of line, at least, I reckon it was pretty good, because you got, well, assuming that the position of his car was accurate to the thing that was showed on stream, he got all the touch and goes and stuff like that. We're gonna have, I'm not sure, maybe the last representative of the team here, Alexander Bystritsky, running, left foot braking right off the start of the track, and well, it makes it work, which is, well, main thing, and does the same pretty much in the second outside zone, although not left foot braking, not the entirety of the zone. Beautiful line through the track, and finishes off nicely. It is hard to compare the two qualification runs, the two last qualification runs, because one of them was very laggy, and sort of there's no conclusion you can draw from that. I'm gonna have Pavel up next, and do I need to say it? That it is yet another E92. But whatever it is, he's very shallow right off the start, and it is going to affect his line score a lot. He's also had to change his angle to make it work, at least for the second part of the first outside zone. But the transition into the second one, at least, is very decent, and so is the transition into the last one. You can see him now getting very close to the finish, and that's it. Well, again, main thing, initiation and the start of the first outside zone. Very tricky part, I know that, but unless you really go for it and stick your car close to the wall, go on the throttle as early as you can, unless you can do that, you're gonna end up with scores like that. So 60 points is not too much, there's nothing to write home about, but maybe it's still first quali run can be treated as practice, sort of practice under pressure, and yeah, it all depends on what results you draw from this. Dmitry now, another Nissan Silvia S15. And he was, the only sort of, was a mistake. The only thing that was separating him from greatness there was the second touch and go, and also heavy left foot braking there to reach out to one of the touch and goes. Yeah, it wasn't necessarily a great run because of a couple of points. Again, not a lot of angle in the second touch and go. He could have been close to the wall there as well, because that's one of the things that makes it that makes the run sort of high scoring run, being close to walls. He wasn't. He also didn't carry a lot of angle there. Another thing was, again, if I interpreted it correctly, pretty heavy left foot braking through the last outside zone, which is going to bring the score down a bit. But anyway, the Newcastle going for his second run as well. Got a 67 for his first run, so a pretty low score. Maybe he can make it work the second time. So far, it's pretty good. Again, second touch and go a bit shallow, and correcting the car quite a bit. It's very noticeable in the second outside zone, so that is gonna be, again, a big deduction, but it makes all the touch and goes, well, I say that every time, like that's some sort of a major achievement. If you want to end up with high scores, of course you're gonna have to get all the clipping points. But we've seen some drivers today who, of course, failed to do so, and as a result, they got they're very low in the qualification protocol, because, again, as I said previously, line criterion now gives 40 points out of the 100 possibly available. So every missed touch and go is gonna be a big deduction. This, of course, Kolosov in a very similar situation, another 67 as the score for the first run. Going very snappy, but too snappy because the front axle cannot really hold with that sort of movement, and wants to do something else other than what the driver instructed. That is a big fail, and the only thing really that sort of brings his score down substantially, because the first zone was pretty good. The third zone, apart from the transition, of course, and the fourth one were all very sort of nicely done. But just that transition hurts a lot, because imagine if there was, again, a chase car running right after him, and at that moment where he transitions, and the angle changes so drastically in just like a range of 1 second or 2 seconds, and it's gonna lead to pretty bad consequences. But let's see if Vladislav Ryazanov can improve on his already very impressive 92 points. He's going as wide as he can so far on the wall there for the second outside zone, and can he be on the line for the final one? And I think the answer to that is yes. It was a very good run. Expected from someone who does a 92 in their first run. But again, so far, 96 points, unbeaten. I wouldn't say record, but unbeaten. And we see 40 points on the line criteria there, and 28 on either angle or style, and 94. So he's gonna be the second highest qualifier, well, at least so far. And well, congratulations to him. We'll see if Vlad Novikov can be better than a zero scorer. And so far, running quite a low angle as well. You don't want to do that, but understandable considering he has zero and he has that sort of same moment as previously with the very snappy transition and the car that just can't hold it. Maybe the driver can hold it, but again, I'm not too sure on that. It's a shame because, again, other than that, solid, but just that one transition ruins it all. Because it is, again, as I said, one of the most, if not the most, difficult part of the track, and one of the most exciting ones as well. Especially we'll see later on tonight how it's going to play out in the tandems. So 71 there on the board, and Alexander Pustritsky is gonna be the last one. He's gonna be the team, and he doesn't really manage to do that because he crashes into the wall. Well, 80 points as his first run. Again, it obviously counts. So at least he has that. And Pavel is gonna be up next, attempting to beat his quite modest 63 points. So far, looking pretty good. Again, on the left foot brake some of the times. Very close to the wall there. Very snappy transition. Good angle. And, well, actually not a lot of angle coming out of 3/3, but manages to make it work. Transitioning to the 4/1. And it is a mistake there because you could see that he transitioned into, well, big angle and he just couldn't hold it. He had to sort of tone it down and, well, it should be done, of course, according to the judge's assignment, but it has to be done gradually and not like with one huge correction. As a result, 72 points on the board. Still an improvement, so I guess that's pretty good in that regard. Anyway, we have our top quali. You can see on the screen. I'm not sure if that's updated or not. Yeah, this is the updated top quali. We have, of course, Daniil Makarov still untouched with his 96 points. Then we have Ryazantsev with his 94. Then we have Kozlov at 92. We have Nishadim with his 89. And then Matorny, 86. And Roman Friedman with 84. That concludes the top 5. So far, I will say that, well, the 32nd best run is 54 points, and we are 2 quali groups away from the end. So maybe like 70 something points is gonna be enough to be in the top 32.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow.
We are gonna be running the 6th qualification group now, and it is gonna be Artyom Yevdokimov opening it up with the BMW E36, the first of the day. Surprisingly, because last time we had a few of those. And running very low angle there in the first outside zone, that's gonna be maybe not the highest point for the angle criteria we've seen today. Well, again, line is pretty much on point. You got all the touch and goes was wide, so that's the important thing. But just those couple of places where you need to be running more angle, and if you're just not, that's, well, it's gonna be a deduction. So in this 6th group, we actually have 2 E36s, if everything goes to plan. And unsurprisingly, we have 3 E92 BMs, as well as having 2 S15s. So sort of like most popular chassis in drifting. Wanted to say like name a specific drift series, but it actually just worldwide, because even now in FD people are running sort of older BMW chassis. But Daniel is going to be running again one of the 3 E92s in this group, gradually increasing the angle. That's what. Ooh, no. So that's what gets you. If you increase the angle slightly, and maybe not enough, and you're still very wide there on the wall, you're gonna crash, because the turn does increase, the angle of the turn does increase slightly. You have to bear that in mind to safely finish the run and not crash into anything. So there's gonna be 0 as the first run, and we're gonna see Alexander Borisov, the other BMW E36 in this quali group. We'll see if he can beat his sort of buddy when it comes to chassis. It's a good initiation, but again, being quite shallow on the foot brake immediately, major mistake, as the judges sort of explained that in the briefing. And unless he wasn't there, he does have to know there's a massive angle though on the transition to touch and go 2, and a big correction there on the transition to 3/1. But the last zone, the transition into the last zone is good, and the last zone itself is pretty much spot on the line there. Yeah, just maybe the initiation was sort of like the worst bit of the run, because yeah, that going shallow and being heavily on the foot brake is a major deduction. Of course, it has to be. But everything else, like these sort of snappy transitions, show that he can be like very aggressive and subsequently get a lot of points for style, at least for that. Of course, you sort of have to add the aggression and style after you figured out how to get all the clipping points on the track, how to be at the correct angle at all the times. After that, you can add some bits and bobs to your run to make it more impressive to the judges. But if you add that like very early on, those things to impress, you might run into quite a lot of difficulties with getting the line right, getting the angle right. So things that are sort of like the basics, because of course style doesn't necessarily isn't necessarily the starting criteria for judging anything. It's sort of like, you know, a cherry on top. You can't chase like a stylish run which isn't precise, because how are you gonna know where the lead driver is going if he sort of has a mind of his own about the judge's assignment? And the judges, it seems, are still discussing what they think of the run that you've just seen. And we're gonna see if it is gonna be 59 points. So a lot to work on. We're gonna have Kiruchi Jetin now in another S15 for his first qualification run. Dab of handbrake again on the foot brake, right? Just even before touching go 1/1, which is unheard of. I wanted to say, but it's actually we've seen quite a bit of those in the previous groups and in this one as well. So it's not unheard of, but it is, again, it is a mistake. Last zone though looks pretty much flawless, as well as previous runs that previous zones, I'd say. Yeah. But just that starting sort of sequence of the track could have been better. And that's gonna bring his score down. But fortunately, he still has his second run where he can improve on the sort of the little things that make his run a 78 instead of a 77, instead of like a 87 or a 97. We're gonna have Alexander Kuskov as well, the default car, as I like to call it. So BMW E92, big flip, and well, interesting initiation, because as you can see, he's running well, sort of more angle, at least on the initiation he was, than quite a lot of the drivers today. And well, the same doesn't go for the second outside zone, because he was running less angle than sort of his competitors. But it's still within the appropriate, I'd say, range, because he wasn't like 5 degrees of angle and gaining immense amounts of speed. It wasn't the opposite of that. It wasn't running insane angle with heavy left foot braking. It was sort of in the middle, which is in no sense an insult. And as a result, it is going to be a 93, which I think I'm right saying is going to put him in third place, which is very desirable. But let's see if Ivan Izikiev can manage anything close to 90 again. Another E92. A very low angle, and then something that turns into quite a lot of angle. So, again, bit of a mistake. It is a correction. Doesn't look good on camera. Same goes for the second outside zone. And third outside zone, he started off with quite too little of an angle and going very wide as a result. So Ivan has to work on his angles, how he uses angle to slow down the car, how he uses it to sort of aim for certain parts of the track, because that really wasn't it. Sort of he has to be better, more precise, and maybe just get more angle in the last zone and get less angle in other parts. But anyway, you have Yuri Merkulov in a BMW E46 running respectable amount of angle in the first zone, but getting the transition too early for the second touch and go, and the second outside zone doesn't look too good because he has to correct the car and he's running very low angle there. But yeah, the last zone is tricky. He sort of makes it work. Doesn't run on the very edge of the track though. The judges explained that, of course, because these are touch and goes, any sort of way you pick them is going to be maximum points for line, but when it does matter is in tandems. So someone who can run on the outside line is going to be more of a contender for the win when comparing leads. And judges are still deciding on the scoring for this run, but so far it doesn't look good. Because 9 out of any out of 30 or 40 points is a bad start. And it looks like it's not gonna be great. Yeah, it is a 52. He has to work on that. We have Vadim Grishin in a Nissan Silvia S15. Good initiation, and well, doesn't run the wall, but he's as wide as he needs to be to get maximum points for line. And same goes for the second outside zone. Maybe could have carried a bit more angle, but it is again within. It is acceptable. Of course, we're gonna see how the judges sort of react to that, but it does look pretty good. It is hard to judge sort of the pace of cars that are running because, well, first thing, the physics are obviously the same. These aren't like VDC cars versus some 400 horsepower cars. These are pretty much the same in terms of the basics. Of course, everyone can tweak the car in terms of the model and then in terms of the physics, in terms of the engine, gearbox, etc. And then setup, and that's what makes the most difference, of course. But you can see some of the drivers who are like noticeably faster than the rest of the field, but when it's like pretty close together, it is hard to distinguish. And Artyom Yevdokimov is going for his second run. He's a driver, of course, for Legal Band, and he's making it work so far, like wide and on the throttle where he needs to be. Good transitions. Maybe could have been even more snappy to get more points for style. But he got an 80 for the first run. Of course, that shows that he does understand what's going on, how he can get the line right, get the angle right. sort of still missing quite a lot of points there. But maybe the second run will be the answer where he lost them in the first place. And it looks like it isn't, because it's going to be a 79, which is, well, pretty much the same as an 80. Bit of a disappointment, because although there's a 1 point difference, it is a difference for the worse. As Daniil is making his way in his, again, default car. And it's a wall there. Yeah, there's a wall there, Daniil. We have to be careful with it. I don't know where he's going now, because it's S0, obviously. But maybe to use this opportunity as practice. But I'm pretty sure this is his second run, so if he got 2 zeros, that's recipe for disaster. But we see Alexander Borisov now on the line, 59 points for the first run. A lot to improve on. Oh, hopefully. Of course, it can go both ways. He's wider now this time. But maybe, again, gripping up the car there in 1/3. A lot of angle before the transition. That is, again, I think a mistake. Adding that much angle before transition is a mistake, definitely. He's slowing the... I know what he's doing. He's slowing the car down before the transition to, yeah, shed some speed and make the transition more controllable. But if it says that you can't do that, well, guess what? You can't do that. Doesn't matter whether it's your preferred way of slowing the car down or it's something else. Well, it doesn't necessarily matter that much, because he got 80 points, which, again, judging by the amount of zeros we have and just low scores in general, it is a very solid score. Like 80 is so far somewhere in the like 15th place, and Kirill Chetin is one of those who's just under an 80-point run. Obviously, he wants to be higher in the qualification protocol. He's doing a very good job so far. He's using the left foot brake to transition. That's an interesting way. Well, we've seen a couple of those already, but it's just very... This, obviously, angle makes it look very... makes it very clear. Anyway, so for qualification placement, yeah, so far 32nd place is Nikita Korolev with 67 points. So yeah, getting like something close to 80 would be would put you, well, very close to something like 16, 17 in terms of the place. But Alexander Koskov doesn't have to worry about that, because he got a 91 in his first run. And he's making it show, because he's running like right on the wall in the first outer zone. Very close to the wall there as well in the second one. And transitioning, well, wasn't a snappy transition. That's the only thing I can give him. That's sort of not a praise. Other than that, an immensely good run. So far, he's in fourth place with 91 points. So just outside the sort of qualification podium, if you like. And he's gonna stay there outside because he got a 88 for his second run. Well, it is a disappointment that the trend is sort of downward one, but it is done, and he's pretty sort of he's obviously safe and very much close to the top, so he's gonna have maybe an easier start to the top 32 than the rest of the field. And Ivan Skeev has a 0 for his first run, has to make it count to get into the tandem. So far, hasn't crashed into the wall. Good start. Massive angle there. Has to correct the car. That is a mistake there, Ivan. But still, no 0 in the making, which is what you want to see. Finishes his run. Yeah, that transition was bonkers. Isn't necessarily good or bad. It was like quite mad. And then maybe in more powerful cars with different sort of weight distribution and grip levels could have made it work. It is gonna be 80 points for him in his second run. It is a good jump from 0 to it's pretty much from 0 to hero, yeah, as they say. As Yuri Merkulov, someone who has to do almost 0 to hero with 52 points for his first run. And he does pretty much the same thing, like very big angle on transition and slowing the car down in the outside zone. Ooh, and going quite shallow there in the last zone. So yeah, he did something pretty similar in this first run. Maybe his car again is quite gripped up, which is why he's having these moments where it does grip up and he has no way of making it stick to the outside line. Was an improvement, 71 points, and we'll see if Vadim Grishkin can make also some sort of an impact. He is LAFO braking, like, again, quite heavily at the start of the run, very close to the wall there in the first part of the track, and going very much on the inside there in transition, but still washing out to the outside. Maybe not like to the edge of the track, but quite wide. And again, touch and goes helping on his side in this occasion, because if these were real outside zones, like in Drift Masters or Formula Drift, it would be much harder to pull that off, because an outside zone, of course, in outside zone, it does matter where you drive, where you put your wheels in. So I'm gonna tell you the sort of updates, top quality. So far, it is gonna be Daniil Makarov again, not beaten by anyone so far. In first place, then it's gonna be Vladislav Ryazanov. In second, Daniil Kozlov in third, Alexander Kuskov in fourth, Alexei Neshetim in fifth, Igor Motorny in sixth, Roman Friedman in seventh, Ilnur Simbaev in eighth, Yaroslav Bondarev in ninth, and Andrei Popov in 10th. So it is time for another qualification group. This time it is gonna be Ivan Andriashin opening it up in his Lexus IS200. Very good initiation, but showing up on the angle to still get all the session goes doesn't matter all that much because, ooh, it is, well, in fact, it didn't matter because he crashed into the wall. That's what happens when you're going, you want to go very wide and get maximum points for commitment. In that part of the track, it is quite dangerous. The walls are there to catch you. But still, we have two Lexuses back to back. It is gonna be Azamat trying not to crash into the wall like his predecessor did, and so far he's managing it nicely. This is sort of the hardest part, and he manages to get past it, going very wide there, very much on the wall. Good transition to the outside part of the track. This is one of the sort of more refined runs, some of the most precise ones. If it was my guess, it would be something like a high 80s, maybe. But of course, the judges are here to decide whether that's true or not. As you could see, like in the trailer, in the sort of ads we're running between qualification groups, you can make these quick transitions from 1/6 to touch and go 2 and then to touch and go 3/1. You can make these transitions like really cinematic, and it could be absolute cinema if the chase driver can make the correct call, like when and where to transition, and essentially, yeah, could be very close. Again, this track, it is probably a bit faster than the SOCHI AUTODROM configuration we run in the test stage. So it is faster, and usually faster tracks do not allow for specific, especially like close tandems. That's just a general rule. If you have something slower and with more transitions, there are more opportunities for the chase driver to catch up, get on the door, and start pressing the lead driver. But in this case, I think there are plenty of opportunities still to make up for lost ground in case that is the situation that you're in. Anyway, Beta is gonna be the one to run next, representing Legal Band in this BMW E36. Very snappy transition there. And another one, two, touch and go 3/1, wobbling the car a bit there. If it is actually down to driver input and not just some, I don't know, connectivity issues. Finishing with maybe a bit too low of an angle, but otherwise, very good run. Probably some of the snappiest transition we've seen today. Shows, of course, that the driver is very comfortable with the car, with the track, and had quite a lot of practice in, which is what you want to do to achieve good results. And in this case, results are in fact good, because 88 points means he's pretty much safe. In the tandems now, Luigi is going to be up next, our one of the international drivers we have today. Very wide there on the wall in his Lexus IS 200. Same goes for touch and go 2. Ooh, correcting the car a bit. Maybe the only mistake so far. Beautiful line up to touch and go 4/1. Not changing the angle like one bit. It was just pretty much perfect in terms of holding the same angle. In terms of scores, though, wasn't that high of a, wasn't that much of an achievement. But I'm not sure why. But we'll figure out later on, as it's gonna be Lucas in another IS 200 as well, going wide in the first outside zone. Maybe a bit shallow on the second touch and go, but still, he does get it. The most important thing. And there you can see he increases the angle before the transition to slow the car down before touch and go 4/1. And he's running maybe a bit too wide there in the last outside zone, but again, not sure about that, as I'm not the line judge, and the line judge is, of course, the person who makes the decision on whether someone was outside track limits or just within. It is going to be 76 points for Mr. Gaucho. And that would put him, I'm going to look it up. So 76 points is currently 24th place. So not bad, but well, considering this is pretty much the last group, it is alright. So I think he's gonna be safe if he does retain this run as his best one. But still, that could be, you know, if he had a bit of improvement in the second run, he'd be more safe because we still have, people that are in what we call the health group. So ones that are running at the very end of the quali, and those are the people that can make it in the regular groups. Anyway, we have Yuri now, another international driver. Handbrake initiation, very good looking, Nissan Silvia, and correcting car there in the first outside zone. And very little angle there in touch and go too. I don't think we've seen that little of an angle like for a long time. Transitioning to touch and go forward, he definitely has some sort of an issue with angle, because at one point it's too much, but mostly it's just too little. Shame that I've forgotten pretty much anything that I knew in Spanish, because of course there are people in the chat who are from Brazil, it seems, supporting their drivers. So sort of hi to those people, but I forgot everything in Spanish, so I can't really understand what they're talking about. Have some warm up before the runs. I haven't seen that so far. I think most of the drivers just pull up to the start line right away. It's gonna be Luigi trying to get more points than 78 that he got in his first run. So far looking very good. Good transition right to the wall there, and it is... No, I thought he was gonna crash because he was very fast into that second outside zone. Very good commitment. I think running very wide there, yeah, on the line for the last outside zone. I hope the judges this time give him a higher score, because this is like a properly good committed run, very precise as well. So he got, of course, he got all the clipping points, wood sticking to the wall in the first one, and especially that moment where he transitioned to touch and go 3/1 was very brave, and made it work. Gaucho is gonna be trying to spin out there. He's not gonna be trying anymore. As we'll see, Peter now. He is, as I said, he's pretty much safe in terms of top 32. But still, an improvement could be... Ooh, that's weird initiation. I'm not sure if that's like straight wheels, and in which case it could be 0. Maybe it is, but the angle just will look at that and see if that was indeed the case. Otherwise, again, his car does seem to be very quick, and does make it work. So he's running wide where he needs to be. All the outside zones are filled, but just that initiation point was so weird. And if he hadn't done that, could have maybe even had an improvement on his first run. But I think, keeping in mind that sort of moment, it is hard to improve on an 88 with such an initiation. We're gonna see if I was correct very shortly. Of course I was, and now we're gonna have another international driver trying to improve on his like shiversomely bad score in a first run. Like 37 is pretty sad, but so far looking better. I'd say, again, running not a lot of angle, but hitting the zones maybe a bit shallow in 4/2 there, and slowing down substantially after 4/3. So again, a lot of nuances there. I think if you give like judges a lot of things to look at in terms of uncertainties, whether you hit that clipping point, whether you had the correct angle, of course it is, you're setting yourself up for a hard time. So that is gonna be the last driver of the ones attempting quali today, and of course we're gonna have tandems after we have a small break. So don't go anywhere, and we will see you with some tandem action. Hopefully, some exciting battles.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow.
'Cause 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 'cause
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow. such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
It's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
It's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.
Welcome back, everyone. We are starting our tandem battles. And the first thing you have to know is, of course, how it's all going to play out, who's going up against who, and so on and so forth. We have obviously everything on the screen that you need to know, also in terms of how it's going to be done. We have, of course, 32 drivers that we're going to divide into 4 groups of 8, and they're going to battle it out in their individual groups, so that then we can have the top 4 people. So our first battle is going to be, of course, the winner of Quali Daniel Makarov against Vadim Grishin, who ended up in 32nd place. We have a classic battle, E92 versus an S15. Daniel Makarov runs 4G63 engines in I think all of his cars. His S15 Sylvia also has that engine. Initiation with a heavy left foot braking there by Daniel Makarov, and Vadim Grishin doesn't seem to have the pace to catch up to him, at least so far. There is some separation on the transition, and Vadim has to rely on cutting the track to stay anywhere close to the leader there. And Daniel using a tap of brakes to transition into the last outside zone. And he has a beautiful lead line, as expected from the winner of Quali. And they're gonna turn around, of course, and change positions, which is the wheel speed to the speed of the vehicle. And also Vadim just missing out on the touch and goes in the second outside zone. Yeah, Daniel having absolutely no problem catching up to Vadim, and I think the judge's decision is quite obvious in this one. We are gonna see, of course, multiple representatives of the Russian Rise esports team, and yeah, so Daniel getting the win there, advancing on to top 16. Our next battle is gonna be Alexander Melnikov and Alexander Borisov, 2 Alexanders, 2 BMWs, E46, E36, and different engines, so on and so forth, both V8s, which is a good thing. Or maybe not. Of course, as the the battles play out, we're gonna see some of the top drivers going up against some of the people that have not had that much luck or anything else in quali, and so there's gonna be probably, most likely, quite a bit of separation, largely because of the pace. We have Roman Friedman against Nikita Yaparov, and Nikita just sort of missed the start line. Missed the start lights, it seems, and having to catch up, missing everything, going for a very early dive, early transition, get onto the door, but also he has to shallow up on the angle to have any chance of being close to Roman Friedman. There are a couple of places where he was close, but overall it was a game of catching up pretty much for the entirety of the run. But now we'll see them switch places and look whether Roman Friedman can deal with some of the maybe surprising stuff that Nikita can do, like missing, I think, the first touch and go. So far looking good. Again, Roman with a little bit less angle, but nothing too critical as he's following the leader with consistent proximity, and the transitions are on point. Yeah. Very good chase run, very in control, not pushing too hard, and again, I think the result of this battle is gonna be pretty clear. It's 1 vote for Roman, 2 votes for Roman, and Roman Friedman advances on to top 16. Steel Norder on the line in his S13 Sylvia. And his opponent, also pulling up to the line, it is gonna be Lucas. So 2 cars, very different chassis, very different engines. We'll see how it plays out. Lucas having to catch up immediately, pretty much right off the initiation, and they're having some quite serious pace, being very consistent on the angle, very snappy transition from the leader, and Lucas just falling off very wide and crashing into the wall. Very unfortunate scenario for him. He's still trying to catch up to the leader and have some sort of a tandem battle, but that of course doesn't count after the sort of incident with the wall in touch and go 3/1 and 2. Now, of course, Ilnur does know that Lucas has a 0 for his chase run, so we're gonna see whether he's gonna play it safe or not. Well, he isn't playing it safe, at least now. But Lucas is on a very good. Ooh, what a transition! That was like very calculated and very much on point. Right to the door. Same goes for the last transition. Very close, and Lucas goes off the track. I'm not sure what happened there, but seems like Ilnur was pretty much in control for the entirety of this heat, be it in the lead position or in the chase position. We are gonna see. So presumably there was some contact, which means we are probably gonna have one more time, which is exactly what you're about to see now. We're running one more times right after the battle that resulted in one more time. So boys are gonna be at it once more to find out who can avoid crashing into the wall or each other. And Lucas sort of again has slapped on, was just sleeping on the start line, and as a result Ilnur's getting away very easily. Again, very good lead run, as expected from him. Lucas manages to catch up. He's running a lot less angle, but he does catch up. Although that first part of the track is gonna, of course, put him in quite a big of a bit disadvantage, because there was a lot of separation. Ilnur choosing to start a bit further in order to have a little bit of a run up on the lead driver, and ooh, that's a lot of angle on initiation, and it's gonna be a 0 for Lucas. They're just driving to the pits. But the Nur there was really like pushing right off the start, and of course because Gaucho made a mistake and initiated into too much of an angle, Nur had to he had nowhere to go because he was following very closely, and that sort of led to that little accident that we had in the area of the very first touch and go. But it seems like the judges are still deciding whether that was whose fault was that, and what is going to be the outcome of the duel that we have on our hands. Of course, it is there is like that exact point in the rules and in the judge's assignment, like that you have to initiate into a medium angle as a leader. So if you go over the line and you make it like quite a big angle, it is going to be a mistake on your end as a lead driver. Because of course it is pretty much impossible to follow, and of course it is impossible for the lead driver in that position to continue driving close to the wall and getting on all the touch and goes. But still, the discussions are continuing. I mean, Elnur obviously had the edge in the first heat and in the second one, but in the first one he made a mistake, an unfortunate one, like very close to the finish, which is even more unfortunate. And Gaucho just sort of had these two moments in the first heat. He crashed into the wall, just a little bit too ambitious with the transition. And in the second one, yeah, this initiation is probably not gonna get him the win. And yeah, I was right. Ilnur is gonna get the win and advance on to the top 16. Nice try to Gocher. Good runs. Just some, again, unfortunate little things that make it so that you're out in top 32. In the meantime, I would probably like say some of the things about real drifting, as I like to discuss that. Yeah, again, you can see the sort of progression that's going on so far. In terms of, yeah, aero driving, we're gonna have Formula Drift quite soon. Some of you have probably heard that Jack Shanahan is building his own BMW 82 and running his own team in Formula Drift this year, which is going to be interesting to see because, as far as I'm concerned, he hasn't had that experience so far at all. He was running with Rome in Formula Drift, and he was running with the Shanahans as a big team in Drift Masters, and having your own small team in that major competition, making it possible for the mechanics to repair your car in any sort of an unfortunate scenario, buying all the equipment, paying everyone. It is quite a big commitment, even though it is a small team and only running one car. So Jack is going to be the only driver on the team. They have, well, the biggest challenge that they have is actually making it to the first round with the car, because Jack is still, he was posting some stories from the workshop. He was still working on it. Like, the chassis was painted, the roll cage was in, everything like that, but it's still like such a big of a difficulty. Even though it's not, James Dean building a Mustang in 5 weeks, it is still quite a short time to figure out all the things that are wrong with that might be wrong with the car. I also have the time to correct any sort of mistakes that might, affect your performance. Like James, of course. He built the car in 5 weeks, yes, but he had an issue in. It was the first round, I think. Yeah, it was first round of 25. The Spain round, and he had an issue with the engine where he was running on like 5 cylinders or something, and it was a big problem because they tried to mend it and they couldn't make it in time of the competition timeout, or in fact, the time between the runs and the competition timeout, and as a result, he lost. But he was like obviously the top driver, he just couldn't make it. Anyway, now I think it is time that we have the one of many BMW duels, and one of few where neither of the cars is an E92. So both are older BMs, and neither is running a BMW engine, which is a good thing. American V8 versus Japanese V8. That's interesting battle. Anyway, so Alexander Melnikov starts off, and straight away Alexander Borisov not having the pace of the start line, and just he could have started a little bit earlier to give himself an advantage, but he didn't, so has to catch up now. He does so, but makes quite a lot of, corrections and compromises to do so. It is a close transition, and in the last zone, there is still some sort of separation there. Maybe Alexander Melnikov having some more side bite in his car. It may actually show that when he's in drift and not just accelerating in a straight line, he has more pace than Alexander Borisov. Maybe. Again, maybe, you never know. Like that battle between Ilnur and Gaucho, where there was an unfortunate mistake by Ilnur. Let's see whether this time the person with the advantage makes a mistake. So far, Melnikov keeping relatively close to the leader, but there is some air forming between the cars for, well, a short period of time, because now he's actually back, and still some separation, but nothing too crazy, of course. the chase run of Alexander Borisov was mainly about catching up, and so as a result of that, Alexander Melnikov is advancing on to the top 16. All three judges unanimously voted for his victory in this heat. Now we're gonna have another representative of the Rush and Rise drift team. It is gonna be Daniil Makarov. Oh, it's the same one, sorry. Daniil Makarov running against Alexander Melnikov. It is gonna be another battle to find out who is the strongest, who's going to the top 8. And so far, again, Daniil Makarov using a lot of left foot braking to settle the car on the outside, and Daniil Melnikov making dives, but still the inertia is carrying him out wide, and he's not able to make the dive work. But the last outside zone looks pretty good, apart from Melnikov making quite a lot of corrections. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing, if you're familiar with drifting, is proximity. If you're keeping proximity, means you're doing everything correct. If you're not, well, it's back to the drawing board. Anyway, so part 2 of this heat, and Daniil Makarov is diving straight onto the door, again heavy left foot braking. Melnikov having some issues with the angle there in the first outside zone. Two quick transitions, and Melnikov is a bit on the inside, yes, but he's keeping the proximity. He's holding the line nicely now in the last outside zone, slowing his car down with the short tap of the handbrake there once. But mainly, again, yeah, he does seem like one of the contenders for the top spot, or at least podium, because so far it does seem that his car is very fast. He can control it very well, even though he does use a fair share of left foot braking. It's not strictly prohibited if you don't use it in the places where it is, which is actually only one place, the very start of the first outside zone. Other than that, you can use it, well, as much as you like, if it's not affecting you too badly. Now we have another run of top 16, which is going to be Roman Friedman and Ilnur. Ilnur, after his OMT battle with Gaucho, eager to find out if he can beat someone else. And Friedman again, immediately on the foot brake, but Ilnur is actually pretty much matching the angle and keeping very close proximity, but losing him. Ooh, and there is an incident. Ilnur, of course, returning to the start line, and now he's gonna lead. Just will look, of course, at what happened there to Roman Friedman. And well, there is no way that that was caused by the chase driver, of course, but still. So with that huge advantage coming Ilnur's way, of course, all he needs to do is, just drive the qualification run that he did a couple of hours earlier, and he's gonna be golden. Pretty much. Don't make silly mistakes. Even though, yes, of course, Friedman is on his door because he wants to make it more even, but it's hard to make it even when one of the runs is a 0. So that's it. Ilnur, of course, very stable in the leads. Pretty much, well, I wouldn't say a carbon copy of his qualification run, but it's very close. So as a result, yeah, he has advanced to top 8. And so our top 8 drivers are going to be pulling up to the start line right now. And yeah, we'll see whether anyone can match Daniel's pace, because I think that's one of the biggest factors here. Again, as I said, the track this time is faster than it was on the test stage. You have long walls that you run alongside to, and Ilnur being very, very shallow on the angle there, but that obviously helped him catch up to Daniel at the end of the first wall, also diving closer to the leader in touch and go 3/1, and again having maybe a slower transition, not a snappy one, but that's mainly to gain momentum into the outside zone and being very close. Yeah, Ilnur had very good chase run. Well, expected from him, but I was maybe, expecting more of a difference in terms of pace. I thought that Daniel was going to be a bit faster. It seems like he isn't, and well, he's being on the inside again, like he's always starting his runs. I'm not sure. He doesn't need to do that. His car is plenty fast enough. He makes a mistake on the transition. Again, heavy left foot braking. This guy is obviously like a frequent driver in VDC cars and stuff like that, because there's no way you can left foot brake that much in any other cars. Yeah, we'll see whether that mistake by Daniel in the second touch and go is gonna affect the outcome and the judge's decision. Ilnur didn't really have any mistakes apart from his initiation, I'd say, in the chase position. That was a bit strange. Daniel had maybe a couple as well. So his initiation, it wasn't like very shallow on the angle or anything, but he was like initiating, I think maybe a bit too much on the inside. Playing it safe not to get gapped by the leader, I understand that, but what I don't understand is that he has a very fast car, so why would you do that? Judges are still deciding whether, again, I said, but they're probably discussing pretty much the same thing that I'm talking about right now, because these are kind of the only things that you can really pick up from all the moments in these 2 runs of the heat. Yeah, the new too much on the inside, probably on the initiation, and also that transition into touch and go too was very weird. Maybe he got lost in the smoke or something, but he was very close to being on straight wheels. At least it looked like that. And yeah, it does seem like, of course, in any competition, when there's a heat and some questionable moments from both drivers, the judges are weighing out which mistake costs more, what's what, of course, comparing lead to lead and chase to chase. You can't compare chase to lead, that's just not possible. Well, it is, but it's not going to make any sense. So, there is an old saying, I already brought that up on the test stage, but it still makes sense. The old saying, the longer it takes the judges to form a decision, the higher the chance of one more time. And maybe this is one of the examples of that old saying being true as always. Well, it's not always true, but a lot of the times. Because if you can't really, like I say, if you can't really weigh out these individual mistakes, or in fact combined mistakes, you are going to be ending up with one more time. But one of the judges already Making his decision and sliding right for in Ilnur is Maxim Serebrennikov, one of the judges. One of the other judges, Alexander Parfanov, is siding with Daniil Makarov. So we have a split decision, and we're gonna see whether the last judge decides to do one more time, which is gonna, of course, make it so that we have one more time on our hands, or he's gonna side with one of the other drivers, in which case we're gonna have a split decision, but it is gonna be one of the drivers advancing on to the top 4. But it still takes time for the last judge to make his mind up and decide who was the more deserving winner of the two. And it is gonna be Daniil Makarov who takes the win and advances on to the top 4. We have rather, unsurprisingly, the winner of quali ending up in the top 4. Not very easily, but pretty convincingly, I'd say. So the first driver in top 4 is Daniil Makarov. You can see that. Now we're gonna find out who's gonna be the second one. We have our next batch of drivers, another 8 drivers. We're gonna find out who's going up against Daniil Makarov. And the first one of the lot, the first heat is gonna be Alexander Koskov against Ivan Karmushin. It is gonna be one of the many battles between N92 and an S15. and Alexander Kuskov initiating nicely, running the wall, not too much angle though, and as a result Ivan Kermushin falling behind a bit, although he was keeping, sensible proximity at one point of that first wall and diving a bit to the inside in the last zone, but still not catching up to him. So there is, again, pace disadvantage. You're gonna see that in pretty much any competition, be it sim drifting or drifting in real life. Or some of these cars are what we call drivers cars, so they made it by themselves and they're not provided by the organizers. Anyway, we have second battle of the heat, and Alexander Kuskov being on the door there as opposed to Ivan Germushkin, so he's already much closer in the chase, keeping very good proximity, giving him space to transition, of course, very important, and running the door in the last outer zone. Kudos to Ivan, of course. Good lead line, very solid. But when comparing, of course, again, lead to lead, chase to chase, lead to lead, both good leads. Maybe Alexander better in some places and Ivan better in some other places. But when comparing chase to chase, it's undeniable that Alexander was closer than Ivan most of the time. And as a result, he gets the win and advances on to the top 16. Pretty unsurprising conclusion there, but though, again, nice try to Ivan. Good runs, and yeah, it's just a better chase run in this scenario. Won the heat. So now we're gonna have another international battle. It is gonna be Vladimir Zakharov in the 46 against Luigi in the Lexus IS200. As we see, I'm pulling up to the line, of course, Vladimir was 13th in quali, so he starts as a leader. And yeah, just again, Luigi's just not going when he needs to be going. Maybe he has some issues with the semaphore that is used to start the runs. There is maybe a case for inactive chase. If you don't know what it is, inactive chase means that the chase driver is, well, in most competitions, it's 2 or more clipping points away from the leader. So in our case, because we have no outside zones as such, there are only touch and goes, probably being 2 or more touch and goes does equal an active chase, but it is more to, of course, to the judges to decide, because, well, I'm not sure. And yeah, the second battle, Vladimir having no issues with the semaphore, but he's pretty much straightening out there at the end of the first wall. We'll see whether that plays a role, but Luigi also having some issues of his own, and he crashes into the wall. There was no sort of... Well, he did that because he carried too much speed. It's obvious, but he tried to run away from the chase driver, and when you try that in a competition as a lead driver, it rarely ends well. We have 2 contacts in one run. One contact was Vladimir pushing Luigi in the first sort of like touch and go 1/5, and the other incident being Luigi crashing into the wall in touch and go 3/3. So that's probably why the judges are sort of deciding whether one of the contacts is more important than the other. Of course, what you have to understand is when there's contact in a lead run or chase run, only on one side, there's nothing to compare. When you're making decisions as a judge, you're comparing lead to lead and chase to chase. And if there was contact and it's pretty much a zero run, and it is a zero run here for Luigi, that's undeniable, there's pretty much nothing to compare. So you can't really compare. Well, no, you can compare, but I mean, in this scenario, it does make sense because there was a contact for the chase driver as well. And I'm not too sure whether there was a zero as well for Vladimir, because it did look like he was almost on straight wheels in the sort of touch and go 1/5. So for decisions, it seems like we're going to be having a one more time. So yeah, my thought process was correct. Luigi there warming his tires, so these Brazilian drivers getting ready for the runs. It will matter if he can actually start when the start light comes on, because he missed it last time and he doesn't miss it this time. Makes it so that he initiates very close and makes contact with the lead driver right away, but Vladimir continuing and not spinning out or crashing into the wall, which is what you want to see. Making a dive there, Luigi, onto the door of Vladimir and being very close there, actually, yeah. Kudos. Losing him closer to the transition into the last outside zone, and there is quite a bit of separation there as they both finish their runs. Rather unfortunate end, but a couple of very interesting points there. So that transition into 3/1 was very good from the chase driver Luigi, and yeah, it's what you want to see. Aggressive dives across the circuit. And this time again, yeah, the chase driver compromising his angle a little bit, but keeping close proximity. Luigi, yes, he goes very wide and crashes into the wall, but that wall gives him momentum and makes him transition, so they are continuing. It is going to be a zero, most likely, I'm pretty sure. We had a similar scenario in qualifying, and it was very interesting to watch, but of course this is at a course where the cars are made of concrete. If you did that in real life, you would have no car left to drive around, probably, as the rear suspension would be ruined. And you see in a lot of these incidents, when you hit a wall like that the rear wheel actually disintegrates, so you have obviously damage to the suspension, that's a given, but also like the wheel, which takes most of the damage. Usually it initially takes the damage, it just cracks, does depend on what it's made of, but see these like outcomes pretty often. So now we're gonna have a battle between Alexei Nishadim and Pavel, probably, and two BMWs, E46, E92, and Alexei is going to be leading first, Pavel falling behind a bit, while also being on the inside at the start of the run. He's just transitioning into too much of an angle, which creates even more separation from the lead driver. Just quite a lot of driving mistakes, I would call it that. but managed to get it together in the last outside zone, and there is some proximity there, but just, yeah, one too many mistakes, and they're just not sure where to go. It's interesting to see. Like, it's obvious that if you've done your lead run, now it's time to your chase run, but apparently not to everyone. Anyway, now we're gonna see Pavel leading and Alexei chasing. And Pavel, yeah, very good initiation on the wall. He's correcting the car a bit though, and it's a 0. So, yeah, didn't rotate the car enough. As a result, there is a collision with the wall. Of course, the E92 has quite a lot of overhang, and it is a long car in itself. One of the longest wheelbase cars in drifting, if not the longest. And yeah, as a result, contact 0 for a lead run, and predictably, Alexei is gonna be going into the top 16. Now we're gonna see, it is getting a bit dark on the arena, and we're gonna see Alex Orlov and Kirill Nikolaev going head to head again. Like I said, one of the many battles between an S chassis and an E92. So we'll see how Kirill will manage in the chase position. He does initiate very close, but loses proximity right away. And Alex riding the wall there nicely. Maybe, yeah, having not a lot of angle in the area of touch and go. Ooh. Kirill manages to catch up, cuts the angle a bit, and well, follows him pretty nicely in the last outside zone. Not a lot of air there between the cars. Yeah, some again driving mistakes here and there, but overall pretty good. Now if Alex Orlov can manage to initiate close and then actually hold it, he could be better off. And he does manage to hold it, but it is a collision with the wall. And again, we're gonna have to look at whose fault was that. Was there a contact between the chase driver and lead driver? Or did the lead driver crash on his own? But nevertheless, Alex finishes his run. He doesn't have to because he's the chase driver. But he does so anyway, because, of course, if he advances on, it is going to be good practice, and he does advance on to the top 16. So far, we've had, of course, a couple of drivers who are from the very top of the qualification protocol. We've had Daniel Makarov showing us, you know, why he's the number 1 qualifier. We're yet to see Vladislav Rizanov. He's going to be in another group, of course. Daniel Kozlov, all the rest. They probably will have, of course, a higher chance of getting into these higher stages of competition. But that's going to be later on, and so far we're going to have Alexander Kuskov and Vladimir Zakharov, two BMWs again. Very low angle for Alexander Kuskov there at one point, but a snappy transition and a very good dive from Vladimir there in the chase. Compromising the angle, nothing too crazy. Another very close transition there in the chase. Keeping proximity very nicely. Ooh, falling into maybe too much of an angle, but that was like an instantaneous moment, and manages to still finish the run closely. And yeah, that's a good start of the top 16 for these for this sort of Group B, you can call it. Not as mad as the famous Group B, but still pretty solid. Ooh, there's contact on the run up to the initiation. There is like a rule which was covered in briefing that the lead driver has to stay to the left part of the track. Of course, the chase driver can initiate the left side as well, but he has to make sure that he doesn't crash into the leader, impede him, and ultimately make it so that the lead driver cannot actually initiate, which is, I think, what's happened here. Because if you block the lead driver on the initiation when the lead driver does the flip or the initiation itself, it is going to be your fault as a chase driver. But of course, the judges will look at it from different perspectives to see whether that was actually the case, or maybe the lead driver actually did that to himself. That does happen from time to time. Nothing unusual in that. But still, I think what happens more often is that the chase driver actually impedes the leader and makes it so that leader cannot initiate. Quite a lot of discussion there from the judges. But I think ultimately, of course, it does come down to that incident, because the rest of the first run was actually nothing too crazy, not really much to review there. It all comes down to the incident on initiation. It is, of course, a shame that we didn't get the full run, because it ended abruptly before it even started. But it is drifting like every motorsport is. It is technically no contact sport, but of course, considering the nature of the sport, that you have to be close to the other driver, inevitably you're going to have contacts, maybe even multiple contacts per one heat, and maybe even like one part of the heat. Of course, in real life, some of the contacts don't really affect anything, especially in the higher level of competition, where most of the cars are made of carbon Kevlar. They have bush bars, they have crumple zones, like especially FD and DM cars, because they have to run walls all the time. Like in Drift Masters, once Riga became a full-time, well, it has been full-time track in the calendar for, I think, a better part of 10 years or so, maybe even more. So once Riga became like constant, and drivers realized they had to run the wall, the last outside zone in Riga, they started cutting off metal of their cars and replacing it with a wash bar and carbon Kevlar body kits. So in the situation when you crash into the wall slightly, not head-on collision. But if you're drifting and you touch the wall multiple times, maybe even your car will sort of crumple. That's why it's called crumple zone at the rear, and it's not going to affect your line, anything like that, because of course Kevlar is a fabric, and because of that it will buff out very easily. So no need to worry about replacing your body kit every time you drive. You can tie it up together with stitches, very easy, and that's what a lot of drivers do. A lot of drivers who don't have insane support from manufacturers or huge brands, and also that's what people who own some unique chassis, that's what they do, because we don't have the ability to buy HGK E92 front bumpers or rear bumpers. Inevitably you're gonna have to stitch the falling off bits or bits that are about to fall off with stitches together and continue on drifting. Meanwhile, the decision finally arrived, and Vladimir Zakharov is gonna be coming on top and advancing on to next round of competition. Now we're gonna have our next battle of top 16, which is gonna be Alexei Nishedim and Alex Orlov. This time it's not only 92 versus an S15, but S15 versus an E46. And yeah, Alexei there correcting the car a lot in the first outside zone, but Alex is unfazed and still following him nicely. There is some separation, but nothing too crazy. He's following him around the track into the final outside zone, slowing the car down with use of a handbrake. It was pretty solid. At a couple of places, the lead run wasn't perfect. But we'll see whether Alexei can make a better lead run than Alex. And so far it is looking good, but Alex also having, I think, a more stable lead run. Ooh, the transition is very close. Doesn't affect the leader, hopefully he doesn't crash into the wall. And yeah, they continue on forward. There is some separation on the transition, but Alexei managed to get it back and reel him in to the finish line. So again, no incidents, which is a good thing always. Just two good runs, and that does give the judges some thought on the subject of who had less mistakes, who made less mistakes, who was the more consistent driver, or maybe who impressed them more. Like that transition into the 3/1 touch and go, which is again one of the parts of the track where you can make it count and impress the judges, especially as a chase driver, of course, because you can like jump out of the smoke right on the door. It is possible. We've seen that. Again, we've seen that from Alexei. And yeah, in the end, a lot of these, in a lot of championships, the chase actually matters more than the lead. So if you make a very close chase run, if you do a very close chase run, you are more likely to win than if you are just somewhere in the chase and maybe you have a better lead. So, of course, in order to have a good chase, you have to have a good lead, but have a great chase, you have to be a great chase driver. It's not really about the lead in this situation, in this scenario. But still taking some time in order to work out. Compare again. We have 2 full runs, so lead to lead, chase to chase is possible. Hopefully, no crashes, no spinning out or straightening out, which means that the thought process of the judges isn't going to be about, oh, he crashed into him, or maybe no, or maybe he crashed in his own. And it's going to be more about who had the upper hand, and it seems like it's going to be Alex who won over the judges, and he's going to be advancing on to the top 8. We're gonna have our last battle of this Group B. It is gonna be Vladimir Zakharov and Alex Orlov. Both had some difficult time getting to the top 8. Of course, Vladimir Zakharov had a run in top 16, which after which was a long time before the judges made their decision, and the same goes for Alex Orlov. And so far, there is quite a bit of separation. Alex has to somehow find more pace in his car, but not ruin his tires too much, because there's still a second run, and Vladimir, they're making some adjustments that he sort of doesn't need to make. And Alex still not really catching him, and there is like a car length between the cars. Pace difference, again, playing a huge role in these battles. You can't get away from it. Cars are different, and also the setups are different. Anyway, second part of the battle, we have immediately Vladimir. Some contact there. Vladimir much closer to Alex than Alex was to Vladimir in his chase run, and good transition to the door. Front wheel to door. Very good tactic. And same goes for the last outside zone. Vladimir makes it so that, he's seen as a better chase driver. And that cannot be unnoticed by the judges, of course. Well, they are gonna be siding with Alex. Interesting. Maybe there was something that I just didn't see. Maybe the context, actually, that I talked about there. Sealed the deal. We have our second driver in the top 4. So it is going to be the new MAKAROV against Alex Orlov. That's going to be the first heat of the top 4. And now we're going to see who's going to be the third driver in the top 4 out of Group C, let's say. yeah, looking at the people who are going to be driving, have some interesting battles, of course. Mostly the most interesting ones are, of course, the drivers who were close in qualifying. Because if you have some tandems where one of the drivers is second in quali and the other one is 31st, unless there's some major upset, it is not going to be as interesting as a heat between the driver who was 15th and the driver who was 18th. And much closer battles is what we're looking for in the end. That is what we're here after. Whether you're a driver, a viewer, or in fact anyone else who's interested in drifting. Group C is here, and immediately we're gonna have our first battle, which is gonna be, again, yeah, Vladimir Ryazanov, who was the second highest qualifier, and yeah, Vlad Novikov, one of the drivers for Russian Rise Esports, running the same BMW that our top qualifier is running, Daniil Makarov. And right of the initiation, you can see the pace is pretty similar. Of course, Vladimir Ryazanov is being very quick, but Vlad Novikov manages to catch up to him on transitions and stick to the leader in the long zones. So pace is pretty comparable, which is always a good thing. And that happened just as I was talking about how closer, how people with closer, who are closer in the qualification protocols are always more interesting to watch than people who are further apart from each other. And this is what the first round looks like. And this is a battle between drivers who are very far away from each other in the protocol. And now Vlad Novikov is running the wall there as lead driver. Very snappy transition, number 1 and number 2. But still, Vladislav is following him very closely, even closer than Vlad was in the first run. The chase run is definitely on Vladislav's side, or at least in some moments, like the second outside zone, as I call it, the second wall. So the area of touch and go 3/1, 3/2, and 3/3. That area definitely was in favor as a chase driver for Vladislav. But yeah, Vlad Novikov, very good lead run, very solid chase run, maybe losing a bit of proximity somewhere when compared to Vladislav, but very close battles, and that's really what you want to see. Maybe it's another sort of contender for an OMT. Who knows? There is quite a high possibility of that, I'd say. And that's what happens, I'd say, when there is no major difference in pace. When one car is much faster than the other, ruins the event massively, in my opinion. But anyway, of course, if you don't know, we also have Judge's decision is dropping in, and it seems like it is going to be Vladislav with his closer chase run, taking the win. So yeah, as I was just trying to say, we also have, apart from the driver standings, we also have team standings, and that's why you're seeing these drivers like Alexander Bystrytsky here as well, driving in the same car for the same team. Well, you don't have to drive the same car, but anyway. So they're driving for one team because, well, they're trying to win the team championship as well. And as that is a thing, it's only reasonable to go for it and get the maximum amount of people that you can in the team, which is, I think, 4, like in Russian drift race. So yeah, Artemyev Dekimov, Legal Band versus Alexander Bystrytsky, Russian Rise Esports. BMW with a BMW engine versus BMW with the Evo engine. By Evo, of course, I mean Mitsubishi Evolution. But anyway, drivers were pretty close to each other in quali 15th and 18th place respectively. Let's see whether that applies to the proximity. And Alexander Bystrytsky, again, very much on the inside. I don't know, why would you do that? It's apparent that he has the pace, but again, playing it maybe too safe and wanting to keep the proximity, whatever it costs him or his opponent, if things come to that sort of scenario. The last zone looks very good. The first zone, he sort of set himself up for that with that initiation way too much on the inside, and because of that initiation, he was on the inside of the track for a good part of the first outside zone, and that's really not what you want to do. Let's see whether Artyom makes the same mistake, and it seems like he doesn't. He does keep the proximity, of course sacrificing angle, but he's not sacrificing line, which is... Ooh, the transition is very close. And the outer zone is also very close, as Alexander increases angle coming out of 3/3, which is, yeah, as you see, taking the chaser maybe a bit by surprise, but he manages to reel him in the last outside zone. The last one was just very good driving from both pilots here, and we have, yeah, a couple of mistakes maybe. So from Alexander, mainly that initiation and first outside zone in the chase. And also, I'm not exactly sure about that, substantial increase in angle coming right out of 3/3. Because, of course, that does leave the chase driver, if his, well, of course, it's going to be his problem if he's in the pocket in that situation, and he's going to be having issues because he's got nowhere to go. But still, in these cars that don't have massive acceleration or don't have like insane, they're not like the 1,000 kilograms, you have to understand that that increase in angle does slow the car down a fair bit. So maybe that is going to be a mistake, maybe it isn't. I would say that it was, because I think that's what we talked about again extensively on the briefing. But still, the more sort of major mistake was definitely the move at the beginning of the chase run by Alexander. I don't remember any major mistakes by Artem. It was mainly like in the chase, like really good last part of the track. That was immensely well done. Also, the first part was very good. Didn't make the same mistake as Alexander. Stuck to the outside line. Dialed down the angle, yes, but kept the proximity. And, well, in my mind, that's a better chase run. We also like made very snappy, very close transitions, especially of course the one that's always the best to watch, the transition into 3/1. That transition from Artem was like something else to watch, and Alexander didn't quite make the same transition when he was chasing. So of course a lot of things to unfold there for the judges and find out again in these sort of runs when both drivers are really good. It is mostly about who made less mistakes, maybe small mistakes, rather than who was the bigger idiot. Like it is when we're talking about two DNFs or something, when both drivers crash into a wall or spin out or straighten out. Does happen. So yeah, they are taking their time. I mean, the car that, well, I suspect that it was the new MAKAROV who actually made the car, the 92 with the 4G63 engine. Again, does have immense bass, looks very much controllable. It's hard to say whether it's easy to drive or not because, well, I don't know what sort of things the drivers are doing in order to drive like that. Maybe they're pressing all three pedals at once and pulling the handbrake at the same time. But the cars that the Russian Rise drift team uses, they look, very much in contention for the fastest car and sort of best car to different people. Because, of course, if you have 4 people in a team, they're probably going to be different in terms of how they drive and what is their level, everything like that. And it seems like everyone in Russian Rise can drive the E92 at a very high level, and that is ultimately what you want to be going for when you're doing a car for a whole team. So in terms of decision, we are going to have a one more time. It is a split decision, but TO3 voted for one more time, and as a result, we are going to have another left foot braking massacre by yeah. It is, interesting to see that he presses on the left foot brake. He probably has the brake power set to a very low value because he left foot brakes so much, and he still sort of stays with the lead driver, and the car's behavior isn't affected that much. So yeah, Artem Yevdokimov, very good lead. Alexander very risk taking in the chase, but still pretty much in control for the entirety of the course. That's of course largely due to left foot braking, which is number 1-2 for control of the car. Now it's Artyom's turn to chase. Does wobble a bit in the first outer zone, and Alexander is flying there. Ooh, the transition. He sort of replicated the transition that he did in the first heat with Alexander, and the proximity is there, the angle is there, and insane chase the run again. You can see why these drivers have earned the one more time. And, well, they could do it again, honestly. Of course, the rules are that if you can only have 2 one more times. And after that, if the judges still decide that it is a one more time, then the higher placed qualifier wins the heat. And if they have the same... Oh no, sorry. I think there was something else to that rule, but I'm not sure what. It doesn't really matter because right now they are on their first one more time and waiting for the decision to find out whether there's gonna be a second one or one of the two is gonna advance on into the top 16. It's crazy to think that this is still just top 32. This is still not. It's not like a top 4 battle or anything. It could be, like what you've just seen. It will very much be a top 8, a top 4, even a final battle. You can see Maxim Serebrennikov siding with Artyom, and so does Alexander Parfyantov, and so does Nikita Staroseltsev. And so, as a result, unanimously, Artyom advances on to the top 16. Nice try to Vladimir. Some of the best sets of runs we've seen. For, I have to say, both the test stage and this stage as well. Now, again, one of the countless battles between E92 and an S15. We're gonna have Igor Motorny and Grigory Nosov, and Grigory Nosov having a massive pace disadvantage, and he somehow makes it worse by stepping on the foot brake in the first outer zone. Igor Motorny, of course, doesn't have to bother with any of that, as he transitions into the last outer zone, and Grigory Nosov just doesn't have the acceleration to catch up to the leader after the transition. So yeah, the pace difference is there. But some of the pro drivers always say that it is actually harder to chase a slow car in a fast car, because you have to, of course, slow down all the time, and that can cause certain problems. So now we're gonna see whether it is gonna cause any problems for Igor Motorny, as he's gonna chase Grigory Nosov. I would probably think that Igor Motorny is gonna be playing this quite safe, considering the fact that he was miles away from Grigory Nosov in the first part of the heat, and Grigory Nosov on the foot brake immediately, but still Igor Motorny keeping proximity, and Grigory going quite shallow on the second touch and go. Igor Motorny catching up to him, no problem at all, and the third touch and goes. And the same goes for the last outside zone, where Grigory Nosov, I think, goes wide and drops some wheels. I think the decision is fairly obvious. Of course, we're gonna have to wait for the official judge's decision, but it is looking so yeah, my prediction was indeed close to reality, and all 3 judges siding with Igor Motorny, and he's going to the top 16. So now, yeah, we've seen some really good battles in this group, especially. I think this group was, out of the three so far, the most entertaining in terms of the battles, closest chases, and everything like that. Now we're gonna have Yaroslav Banderev and Daniil Kozlov going up against each other, and we're gonna have, of course, Daniil Banderev leading at a BMW E92. Daniil Kozlov, again, sacrificing a lot of angle to catch up to the leader. There's still quite a bit of proximity. The view of that huge Nissan Laurel flying towards the leader because of the big inertia that it has is actually quite hilarious. But yeah, Yaroslav Banderev finishes the run, very good lead. Daniil Kozlov not really having the ability to catch up that easily, and we'll see if Yaroslav really has a sort of an advantage in pace. He sort of starts very late and initiates late as well, which causes him to crash into the wall. So fatal mistake there. But of course, it's not over yet, because Daniil Kozlov has to finish his run as the lead driver. Maybe Yaroslav can force him into a mistake. It was a very close transition there into the last outside zone. Some contact there. And unfortunately for Yaroslav, he didn't manage to scare Daniil or anything like that. So at first sight, it does seem like Daniil Kozlov will be going into the top 16, and yeah. I think I'm right in saying that that was the last battle of top 32 in this group, and now we're going to be moving on to the top 16. I was indeed right, and we're going to have Vladimir Ryazantsev and Artem Yevdokimov going against each other. S15 versus an E36, RB versus an S55. Quick initiation, and Artem is already very close to the lead driver, to Vladislav, as Vladislav makes not a very snappy transition, I have to say, but Artem maybe makes contact front wheel to Vladislav there on the transition into the third touch and go. And well, thankfully they continued after that, and no one crashed, no one sort of straightened out. But still, it is gonna be looked at, that incident, and if there was actually contact, because maybe that's just my my view of it. And yeah, Vladimir Ryazantsev just being, again, too much on the inside at the start, but manages to get out wide for the remainder of the first outside zone, and it is very close in the touch and goes 3/1 up to 3/3, but he blocks the transition. It's a major mistake for the chase driver. Fortunate set of events. I don't remember Artyom making any sort of serious mistakes, like as serious as this. But of course, I'm not making these decisions, so we'll see how long it takes for the judges to figure it out this time. And yeah, it does seem like that's true. Artyom does manage to get the win and advance on to the top 8. Where he's going to be battling one of the two drivers in the next heat, which is going to be again two Nissans S15 versus a Laurel, and it's going to be Igor Matorny and Daniil Kozlov. Again, drivers were pretty far away from each other in quali, but managed to get into the top 16, which means they are both more than capable. Ooh, Kozlov makes a big dive on the initiation, but still has to dial the angle into maybe a bit less of an angle in order to still keep the proximity. And Igor Matorny, of course, again, very consistent, demonstrating he can replicate his lead run from top 32, very similar. And Igor Matorny, yeah, just consistency maybe is actually his second name. Now we're gonna see whether Daniil Kozlov can maybe upset the chase driver a bit. But on the start it doesn't look like that. Igor Matorny does manage to yeah, again, keep proximity, make an early transition, another early transition to the door. Again, is it going to be another? No, it's not going to be an early transition this time, but he does transition into less of an angle, and that obviously helps him catch up to the leader. There was just one place where he sort of lost proximity. Borderline lost proximity. He was coming out of touch and go 3/3, and that's about it. Like, the first outside zone looked good, very close, and the last bit also was spot on. Two early transitions. That's what I was talking about in the sort of preview to this tandem battles thing. It can be absolute cinema if you get the timing right as a chase driver. You have to know when to transition in order to, of course, be on the throttle as early as possible and, you know, chase the leader very closely in that area in the touch and goes 3/1 up to 3/3. Yeah, Igor Matorny managed to do that. Again, as I said, lost some proximity, but managed to get it back. That's one of the most important things. When you lose proximity, if you can then pull yourself together and sort of get on with it, get closer, get on the door, that's ultimately what matters, because it is hard for anyone to be constantly on the door. That requires thousands of hours of practice. Well, in my mind it does. And steel, nerves of steel as well. Especially when you're talking about comp driving, because driving with your mates and on Discord is one thing, but actually getting here and you know, playing these runs is a completely different thing. Even for some of our most experienced drivers, it is still a challenge. Somehow, The judges are still deciding who was sort of the strongest of the two, and who is gonna be going into the top 8. This group, yeah, like I said, Group C out of the 3 groups that we've had so far is probably the most exciting. We've had the most amounts of battles where the judges really had to think about it, about the outcome. Very close battles. That's honestly why the judges are taking that long. That's kind of obvious, but we are getting some first decisions from the judges, and I think all the times that the judge's decision didn't arrive, like all 3 judges didn't vote simultaneously. All these times, the first one to vote was Maxime, every single time. So he's voting for Igor Matorny, and his colleagues are still sort of discussing, looking at the tiny little things that separate these two, because of course there are no sort of major mistakes, no no crashes again, nothing like that. So it is mostly about, yeah, tiny differences, and the other two judges can't actually agree, and so as a result we have 3 different decisions, which by default gives us a one more time. Yeah, they're gonna do it again, of course, in at all of these scenarios where you do your runs, you get a one more time with that driver that you've just been battling, and in order to win, you sort of go a bit faster, do everything more aggressively, and sometimes, yeah, you end up in the wall like that. That was just, it was foreshadowing. I called it. I may be sorry to Igor Matorny for I don't know, bringing some bad luck to him, but yeah, that was a perfect illustration of what happens a lot in these one more time battles. Let's see if Daniil makes the same mistake. He's very shallow at the start of the run, that's for sure, but compared to Zero, that's still pretty much nothing, as he's going into touch and go 3/1. He's like, I don't know what's happened to his angle, but he doesn't have a lot of it compared to his previous lead run. It does seem like that. Igor Matorny is also not that close. So this time the decision is going to be brought to you much quicker. Well, I hope so. Because it did seem like more, I don't know, more easier just to understand. And it seems like the judges agree. And the Newcastle is going to be going into the top 8 to find out who is the strongest of this Group C to battle it out for the opportunity to go to the top 4. We're gonna have that battle very shortly, and I wonder if we're gonna have the same situation as we had in the test stage. And at test stage, I think I'm right in saying we had 4 different cars in the top 4. So if that's gonna be the case, it's fantastic. But a bit unlikely because of the amount of E92s we have. and other BMs as well. I mean, it is a real possibility. But yeah, we have Artem Evdokimov and Daniil Kozlov. Daniil very much on the inside and also not having enough speed on the initiation, managing to get it back together. The transition, there is some space, but Daniil makes a very close transition. Too much angle though, so he does correct the car a lot, and it's not the way you want to start your top 8 battle. But yeah, manages to still get some proximity back. Not all of it though. Artyom definitely does seem like the faster driver here. But Daniil just also making some driving mistakes in the process. That does seem to be the case here. Let's see if he makes any mistakes on the lead. And there was another contact, and again, gonna have to look at where the contact was made, whether the lead driver stayed to the left and sort of did everything correctly, or the leader straight to the right and sort of caused the crash by himself. We've had pretty much the same scenario some battles ago, and yeah, history repeats itself. There's no real surprise that happens, because of course they want to get the best results, especially when you're in top 8 already, so it is quite a high stage of competition already, and you want to be as aggressive as you can. You want to be as fast as you can, and that does unfortunately lead to some drivers being over aggressive and ending up with a 0. So it does seem like the contact wasn't that clear, and well, to be honest, I also couldn't quite see whether the leader strayed too much or it was Chaser's fault. The problem is that during the test stage, obviously we were running the SOCHI AUTODROM track, and we had a dotted line there for the lead driver to follow. So the lead driver cannot cross that dotted line. And it was very easy to see whether he did that or not, because there was an actual line on the circuit. And this time, there is no line, so it is mostly about sort of understanding where you are in the circuit when you're the driver, and especially when you're the leader. You have to sort of separate it in your imagination into like half. Of course, usually in real drifting, the line is closer to the chase driver's side, because the leader needs more space. And it seems like Artyom made a mistake, and Daniil Kozlov is going to be going into the top 4, the strongest of Group C, or maybe the luckiest. You have to be lucky to get good results, remember that. So we only have our last group, again, 8 people as usual. And after that, of course, we're gonna have top 4, our battle for 3rd place, and the final. In the last group, we're gonna have people like Daniil Kozlov, who was the 3rd place qualifier, And it is going to be interesting to see whether he can get into the top 4 and sort of prove that higher place qualifiers are more prone to going into these late stages of competition. Because Daniil Makarov proved it pretty easily. Then he wasn't so straightforward, because the other driver in top 4 already, the one who's going to be battling Daniil Makarov, is Alex Orlov, and he was actually 12th in quali, so it's not so straightforward. Same thing goes for, of course, Daniil Kozlov, who was 23rd in quali, and still managed to get into the top 4. Congratulations to him, of course. But we're gonna find out soon enough. Because guess what? It is time for the last group to start. They're just wrapping up practice and are gonna be going at it. Starting with Daniil Kozlov, who is third place qualifier from Nizhny Novgorod, running the Super Forester. Very unusual car. A Subaru with a Mitsubishi engine is ironic, in my opinion, to say the least. It is another classic case of a Japanese small 4-banger versus a massive American V8 motor. So yeah, Daniil Kozlov being pretty much perfect on the leads in that first part of the track, and Yuri having to adjust his angle multiple times not to fall behind, but Danilo again using a fair share of left braking. Nothing criminal about that, of course. Everything within the rules. And they're gonna switch places, and we'll see whether Danilo is gonna be left foot braking for the entirety of the track, not to crash into the lead driver. And oh, it does seem like he's catching him very easily. But no, actually there is some separation between Yuri and Daniil Kozlov. Ooh, the transition from Yuri, there is way too much angle. He has to correct the car. And Danilo having to left foot brake, of course, not to cause any contact. But still, pretty much unfazed by anything, and finishes the run nicely. I think, again, decision is fairly obvious. Still, of course, gonna wait for the judges to make it official. No real surprises there. Danila getting through top 32 very easily, and well, of course that's just the start. He has to get to the top 4 to prove my my point, but he managed to do that in the test stage with no real sort of issues, and of course it's down to him mainly to replicate that success, because he was actually on the podium for the test stage. Now it's time for, again, one of the many battles between an S15 and an E92, as the competitors are going to be waiting for the judges to get ready, and go at it. It is going to be Igor Kiba and Ivan Izikev. I think both cars are just public ISDC YoungStars cars, and of course in that case it mainly depends on your setup. Should there be any base difference and or difference in how the car handles. Ivan, they're having some issues not going off the line. Maybe it was a false start. And it probably was. We're gonna be going at it again. It would be funny if I just talked about how both Harley cars and should have no pace difference, and then there would be a major one. But so far, yeah, Ivan initiated on the inside of the track, but manages to, well, hold fair proximity, diving towards the wall, and it is very close. But it was close to the wall, not to the lead driver, and yeah, I think it's just mainly some driving mistakes that sort of caused it, because you can see that he can be close to the lead driver, and he was close in the first part of the track and in the last part, but everything in between was sort of not that close, because the transitions weren't that good. But now it's his time to give lead, and there is some contact there, probably with the wall, some small wobbling from the lead car. Igor Kiba also makes a bit of a mistake. The car not accelerating out of the transition. And unlike Ivan Izikev, he doesn't actually catch up to the leader in the last outside zone, so that's definitely something that separates these two apart, sets them apart. But still, of course, judges are gonna be looking at it to see whether these sort of mistakes are pretty equal. Do they have to get like a one more time or something? Of course, Ivan there had quite a major one in touch and go 3/1. And also Igor, sort of in his chase, he did have, it was a bit of a mistake in the same place, where he sort of transitioned and probably, well, it looked like it, that the car had no boost at that moment, because of course the car is turbocharged, as it's a RB26 DET. So he had no boost and no acceleration out of the transition. So lost proximity there. Managed to get some of it back, but I think Ivan made a better, did a better job at, getting back the proximity after a mistake in the chase. So we'll see how much that costs, and how big of a difference there is between these sort of miscalculations. Let's go with that. there was some, like I said, I was gonna be saying stuff like, well, the cars are pretty similar in pace and stuff like that, but in the first run, it did seem like Igor had maybe a bit more pace, and in the second part, it also looked like Ivan had a bit more pace at places. So when there's, a scenario like that, it probably means that it is down to the driver and not, the car and the setup. It is hard, of course. Like I said, the hardest part of the track, that transition into touch and go 3/1. And as a chase driver, you have to sort of believe in the leader when you're transitioning there and getting on the throttle as soon as possible. That's quite a tall order, I have to say. But in order to achieve some very good results, you have to sort of do that, because otherwise you're just gonna fall behind, and or you're gonna have a moment like you could keep ahead, where you transition and you're now accelerating, and the leader's sort of just driving away. If there also was a case for pace difference, it would be even worse. But seems like Keeper actually takes the win, and yeah, maybe his mistake wasn't as substantial as his opponent's. So congratulations, I guess, to him, and we're gonna see him in top 16, which is a bit later on, because we still have a top 32 battle to cover. We still have top 32 battles, in fact, to cover. We're gonna have Peter against Ramin, so it is gonna be in the 36 BMW versus Lexus OS 200. Legal band against a driver who competes, I believe, in only in the Drivers' Championship. So again, interesting to see whether there is going to be a major pace difference or stuff like that. Off the line, doesn't seem like so. And Peter initiates, and yeah, Emil's just very much on the inside, and has nowhere to go. That's the issue when you're running so close and so much on the inside, that you do have really nowhere to go, and you end up either straightening out or just crashing into your opponent. The last part, of course, was very good. Ramil managed to set the car to the correct angle and drive, modulating the throttle, and not crashing into his opponent, which is sort of the most important thing. You have to finish the run. And now, well, basically what Peter has to do is not make the mistake that Ramil made on initiation. And he makes an even worse mistake. There's a big accident. Yeah, that was just as I said, that he has to avoid making a mistake as big as Ramil made, and he made an even bigger one. So interesting. Well, to me that looked like a pretty obvious fault of the chase driver, but maybe there was a case for, leader making a mistake again. How does he accelerate on the run up to the initiation? That does matter as well, of course, and all the things like that. What sort of a flip the leader is doing, and of course the chase driver has to react to that, but if he has nowhere to go, inevitably there's going to be contact, and because there is a wall on the outside, if there is contact between the drivers, it is very likely that the leader is going to end up in the wall. And that's exactly what happened. What was funny is how Peter actually wanted for the run to continue, so he carried on. He tried to continue, sort of drifting, and Ramin was in the wall the whole time, so he was, of course, driving with straight wheels. But Peter didn't give up. But apparently it isn't as as straightforward as I was thinking. Again, the absence of that dotted line makes it a lot harder to determine who is at fault for any sort of contact on initiation. And in this case, well, it was a contact on initiation, pretty much. So that line would have been very helpful. Unfortunately, we don't have it, so we have to persevere and carry on without it. Maybe we'll make sure that the line is there for the next rounds. Because again, as I said, we had it on the test round, so the possibility's there. But for this one, sadly, we don't have it. And as you can see, it sort of complicates things. We have to look at all the different angles, at the speeds the drivers were doing, because again, as I said, the speed that the leader initiates with matters quite a lot, because if the leader is, pressing only halfway on the accelerator and doing, like, I don't know, the 30 miles an hour, that isn't gonna be working for the chase driver, because he's not gonna be expecting that. Same goes for any sort of movement in the initiation area for the leader. But genuinely, it did seem to me like just the chase driver's fault, because he initiated on the inside, was quicker, so he slowed down less than the lead driver and just smashed into him. And in real life, of course, he would have retired the leader's car. But we're not in real life, we're in a simulator. Don't have to worry about that. Well, you wouldn't have to worry about it in pretty much any simulator, any game, other than the wondrous world of BeamNG Drive. And even then, it's sort of not as easy as that. Some of the models in BeamNG are actually, I was surprised to know that some of the models are actually indestructible as well, just as in Assetto Corsa. But it seems like I was wrong, and Peter actually gets the win. So that would indicate that the leader actually made some sort of a mistake on initiation. Probably one of the mistakes that I listed previously, the ones that are possible to make as leader. But now we're gonna have another battle of top 32. It is gonna be, again, one of the most beautiful cars in this competition. Andrei Popov in his BMW E92. Again, an E92 versus an S15 Classic. And it's another E92 with a 4G63. But I believe Popov is not one of the Russian Roy's drifting. Anyway, he's initiating just now, and again, immediately on the foot brake, that is going to be a mistake. Being on the foot brake in this point is not a mistake. That's alright. Kirill Chichetin pulling closer to the leader, and largely because the leader's on the foot brake at pretty much every point of the track. Well, it's up to him. If he doesn't want to get away from the chase driver, then why not? As they say, be my guest. Now, Kirill Chichetin, again, from that first set of runs, it was unclear whether one of the drivers has a pace advantage, and we'll see right now as Andrei Popov makes a very close initiation on the inside of the track, and using the foot brake quite a bit, makes a close transition to Kirill, and he's close through the entirety of the touch and goes by the name of 3 with a slash. And the same goes for the last turn, although he's not doing wheel to wheel, front wheel to front wheel, or front wheel to the door. He was doing more sort of front wheel to back wheel, or front wheel in the general sense. It's like front wheel to the back wheel arch, which is, again, not a bad thing at all. But of course, you have to read the rulebook to understand what is considered the best placement of the car, of the chase car, so that it may be a way for you to win more battles. Oh, it surely is a way for you to win more battles. Understanding how the competition works, that's sort of a given. But this specific moment is most definitely one of the most important ones. And Andrei Popov is going into the top 16. So again, nice try to Kirill Chichetin. And we'll see Popov in top 16 very soon. Flashing his headlights on the start line. But now it is going to be time for a battle between Daniil Kozlov and Igor Kiba. So again, Daniil Kozlov, as you probably know by now, 3rd place qualifier, and Igor Kiba was 14th in qualifying. Daniil Kozlov, we've seen, has a lot of pace in that Forester, very dialed in car. Igor Kiba has quite a lot of pace, but not necessarily comparable. I'm not sure, again, because we haven't seen any drivers between these two guys in I think we haven't seen them in the test stage, so it is still like gonna be a mystery, a bit of a mystery on who's gonna be faster. I believe Igor is driving just the public version of the S15, so it is going to be down to him for to make up for any pace difference with the masterful setup. Whether he's done it or not, we shall see shortly, because they are actually on the start line waiting for the light to indicate them go, go, go. Whoa, hasn't indicated that yet, and but he does now. And so, yeah, Danila is pulling away right from the start on the foot brake, and Igor Kiba manages to get into the pocket. A fairly close transition and another one, not so close. Igor is in the smoke, but no, he doesn't get lost in it, which is always a good thing, because you don't want to get lost in the smoke, especially when there are wolves around you. That's just a way to retire the car, get a 0, that's for sure. Well, very good run by Danila, unsurprisingly, of course, because he was, again, third in qualifying. So, Igor Kiba, again, not having the pace to match the monstrosity of that Forester. And yeah, Igor Kiba is now leading, and Danila is on the foot brake constantly to maintain proximity and not cause contact with the lead driver. And the transition is very close this time. I think there is some small contact, which doesn't actually cause any problems for the lead driver or the chase driver. Yeah, just the pace, the control of that car demonstrated by Danila surely mean that he is one of the contenders for that top step of the podium today. Well, of course, his third place in qualifying would indicate that right away, but I mean, after qualifying, of course, you have to look at how the car handles in tandems, what's the pace like, everything like that. And also, of course, what the driver's doing. And so far, it seems that he's doing everything correct, because he's advancing on to the top 8, the final intergroup battle. Final stage, I would say. After that, it's only top 4, which is, of course, between drivers from different groups who won in their respected ones. Yeah, this group is, I would say, so far not as entertaining and as surprising and just baffling as Group C was, but still gives us good battles and good looking cars as well, which is, for me, one of the most important things. Of course, how a car looks is nearly everything. Not only for you as a driver, but also for all the people who are watching, including potential sponsors. Anyway, now we're having this another top 16 battle. It's straight wheels. I think these were straight wheels by Andrei Popov there. We're gonna have to look at the replay, of course. But he's locking wheels all the time. Yeah, left foot braking, final boss. And Peter, unfazed by all the, let's say, interesting actions made by Popov in the chase position. But yeah, we shall see whether there were actually straight wheels in the chase position by Andrei Popov. But to me it looked like it. I just looked at the replay, and well, from a trackside camera it did look like straightening out. Peter not having any sort of real problems, at least so far. Let's see how he gets on in the chase. Well, he's not straightening out, he's very close. I don't think we've seen anyone that close at that part. Ooh, and there was some connectivity issues, and on the transition it looked like they were gonna crash, but they don't, and Peter is giving the chase of the century. He's very close through the entirety of the track. I think this is the best chase run we've seen so far from like any driver. That was like really impressive. If that connectivity issue would have caused contact on the transition, that would be the biggest sort of disappointment. Well, not ever, but yeah, one of the biggest disappointments ever in the history of this competition. Because that was really something. That chase run. Immensely good. Just shows how aggressive can you get without crashing and without making the other person crash. So again, kudos to Peter. Insane driving. Andrei Popov, of course, to be fair, his lead run was fantastic. Again, nothing to criticize really. But of course, when you're watching drifting, the first thing you tandem drifting, that is, the first thing you look at is the chase driving, because that's what makes the biggest impression. Close chase driving, just remember, like, classic one. Piotr Vicek versus James Dean, Riga, Bikarnicki, 2022 and 2025. 2025 was even more epic. Like, chase driving is what makes these battles, these two examples, so great, because like they go out the first time, and both times James is chasing first, and James is fairly close. The commentator is screaming moderately, I would say, and it's like wow, wow, wow. But then James is leading and Piotr is chasing, and that is just jaw-dropping. That's why I'm saying that Piotr is probably the best driver in the world right now. His chase driving just doesn't make sense a lot of the times. Like, his 2025 season is probably the best, or one of the best that he's done. I know he didn't win the championship, but unlike 2022, 2021, and so on. But it was very successful in the sense that he won events. He was very confident, because it is a new car. You have to be confident. When he just built it in 2024, I believe, he lacked some confidence, because he has been driving an S chassis for a very long time. When he transitioned to an A90 Supra, which has its own problems, one of the main ones, of course, is that it's sort of like a square car, some people describe it, because the track of an A90 Supra is pretty much equal to the length, the wheelbase. And so that does create its own problems with the handling, mainly. And also, Piotr is, of course, renowned for putting as much grip into the car as it's humanly possible. You probably all have seen clips of Piotr driving, and it's like the car is borderline undrivable sideways. It's like it's so gripped up that it's hard to make it go sideways. That's how much grip he's running. And it still makes it work, like, even with that setup that is undoubtedly very hard to drive. He made it work. He won qualification runs. He became, king of Riga, had a shot at a championship. It was genuinely impressive. And in 2024, he sort of had a couple of technical issues, couple of just driving issues, and in 2025 it was way closer. He had, like, he's driving in Mondella Park in Ireland. That was immense. Like, the finals I believe, with Conor Shanahan. That was insane. Of course, yes, I think it was like an OMT and Connor's car broke down, but still, Piotr was the better driver. And as it seems, the better driver out of the two was Andrei Popov. So, I have no idea why, I'm gonna be honest. Because I was just 100% sure that Peter's gonna win because his chase was insane, as I said. But and then I went on to talk about how Peter is such a great driver because of his chasing ability, and it seems like that was all a waste of time because Andrei Popov won with a worse chase. Oh, in my opinion. Anyway, maybe I'm missing something. We're gonna have our top 8 battle, of course. So, two very different cars, of course, with the same engine, surprisingly, which isn't a 2JZ. So, yeah, we're gonna have Daniil Kozlov and Andrei Popov fight it out on the track and see who's gonna be. Is it gonna be my prediction that Daniil Kozlov, as the higher qualifier, is gonna, well, not easily, but with moderate input, gonna get into the top 4 in this contact on the initiation, and it's wall. It's what I call code gray. Hit the wall, it's a 0. Of course, now after they finish the second run, however it plays out, it is gonna be again a very, very long time before the judges find out who's in the wrong, who's to blame. But so far, again, Andrei Popov, very good lead run, and Daniil Kozlov is driving sort of angry, maybe, a bit. He's very, very close, again, left foot braking, final boss, being, again, maybe a bit on the inside on the transition, but that's for a good reason. Does catch up to the leader and has a very close chase. Yeah. Seems like all the battles that lead to the longest judges sort of discussions are the battles in which there's contact on the initiation, and well, actually this is sort of an exception because Daniil Kozlov gets the win unanimously and advances on to the top 4. So my sort of prediction, if you want to call it that, played out, and here's our top 4 drivers. We have 3 Dans, so Danil Makarov, Danil Kozlov, and Alex Orlov is the only non-Dan. And yeah, I'm not sure whether we have 4 different cars, because Daniil Makarov, E92. No, we have 4 different cars. Alex Orlov, S15, Daniil Kozlov, Nissan Laurel, and Daniil Kozlov, Subaru Forester. So yeah, managed to do that. 4 drivers, 4 different cars, top 4, and 2 of the drivers here are from the top 4 of quali, but 2 other drivers are not. One is from 12th place and one's from 23rd place. So interesting paths towards the final stages of competition. Gonna find out how they get on quite shortly. If Daniil Kozlov can get back-to-back podiums, it is gonna be Well, of course, that podium, previous one, didn't count because it was a test stage. So the test stage doesn't count towards your championship points. But obviously does show consistency and does show driver skill. And of course, our winner from the test stage, Igor, is not competing in this round, so it is going to be a different podium anyway, no matter who gets. No matter whether Daniela gets third place or not. It is going to be different because the driver who won last time isn't here today, and probably won't be for the entirety of the season. I talked to him, he wasn't like very interested. Or maybe he has some better things to do, more important. It's. In any case, we are here to find out who is sort of like. I don't know, King of Sochi, I guess. At the end of the season, it is going to be something like that. I would definitely make that proposition in terms of naming the title, because just ISDCC YoungStars champion, firstly, is too long and doesn't tell too much of a story. And King of Sochi definitely does tell a story. Maybe it is a bit misleading because King of Sochi maybe implies that you're some sort of a street racer, street drifter, and you go to, I don't know, the Ahun Mountains. You phone your buddies and you all go out at night and do some improper driving. Let's go with that. Proper or improper driving on the Hoon is not something that matters right now because we're going to see some proper driving, hopefully, for the next couple of battles, because we're going to have our top 4, our third place battle, and finally, does sound stupid, finally the final. Who's going to be on top? Again, not sure so far. Every driver in the top 4 has shown that he's fast. Some shown that they're very lucky. And, well, we're gonna find out whether Alex Orlov, he got somewhat lucky in his sort of Group B, I think it was, yeah. whether he can be lucky again in the top 4, because he's going against our top qualifier, Daniel MAKAROV. And Daniel demonstrating his usual style of left foot braking quite a bit. Snappy transition, and Alex is actually keeping up with him. So the pace difference isn't really a major part here. Alex is maintaining the proximity throughout the last set of touch and goes. There's decent, very decent chase run. Of course, pretty much perfect lead run by Daniel MAKAROV. Expected from a top qualifier. And we're gonna see whether he can be as close to perfection in the chase. Well, the initiation is surely very good. Again, immediately on the foot brake, keeping the same proximity throughout the whole set of the touch and goes by the index of 1. And the same goes for the second wall, keeping very close proximity. And Alex going a bit shallow in the lead there, getting the touch and goes, but not being on the outside line. And that's what I talked about previously, when you have two competitors who are very good in the lead, very good in the chase. Of course, it comes down to nuances, and one of those is how wide was the lead driver in that zone, especially in that zone, the last one. So touch and goes 4/1/2/3/4. Of course, it is hard to be on the outside line there all the time, but it is manageable. And when comparing sort of Alex's lead to Daniil's lead, I think Daniil was a bit closer to the outside of the track, and that sort of separation in terms of the drivers might play a big role in the decision. And well, the graphics you're seeing is a bit wrong, but yeah, Daniil managed to get the win. And now we're gonna have our second battle of the top 4. It is gonna be Daniil Kozlov and Danilo Kozlov. So people with the same surname and pretty much the same name going up against each other. Also the same engine, but very different cars. And we're gonna see whether Danil Kozlov can get away, and he sort of does. He's doing that so far. Danil Kozlov is, of course, very fast, but Danil in his low rail manages to stick his wheel on the door in the last sector there. Very good run. Again, Danilo, as the third place qualifier, sort of is expected to be near perfect in the lead. But Danil Kozlov, who was 23rd in quali, isn't. But yeah, Danil Kozlov again, they're demonstrating that impeccable control of the vehicle in the chase position, left foot braking as much as he can in order to stay close. Key proximity, yes, that's exactly what you want. That's pretty much textbook chase run. Maybe could have been a little bit less cautious there in the last sector, but it was a very close chase. Yeah, it was a good lead by Danil Kozlov. That's, again, not something I'm gonna be silent about. But again, what makes the biggest impression is the chase run. And Danil Kozlov was pretty much impeccable, as I said, in his chase. Immense proximity, and just the way he can control the car so that it doesn't move. There are no corrections. So he stabilizes the car in the same angle and is carrying that angle pretty much throughout the whole, sector. Be it the first sector, the second one, or the third one with the ever-changing angle of the turn. So we will see whether Daniel's control of the car and his very impressive driving overall is gonna make him get the edge over the driving of Daniil Kozlov, who was, again, nothing really to say about his runs. Nothing negative to say about his runs, be it the lead or the chase. Very good runs, but again, when you get to top 4 or the finals or battle for third place, there shouldn't be any bad runs or any negativity about your run. It has to be sort of, pretty much perfect, because you had like 50 or so drivers in quali. You managed to get into the top 32, so you were automatically better than, in the case of Daniil Kozlov, he was better than like pretty much 30 drivers. And so he has to be better than them automatically when it comes to tandems. But also, if you get to the top 4, that means you were better than the other 28 drivers who were also with you in the tandems. Of course, when we talk about Daniil Kozlov, he was much better than the rest when it comes to quali. But what matters is they are going against each other, and the judges are still unsure who's gonna get the edge over the competitor and go against Daniil Makarov in the finals. What I also figured out some parallels between the test stage and this first stage is the fact that the top qualifier can very well win the event as well, because Igor won the qualification in the test stage and won the event, and Daniil Makarov has a shot at doing the same. Unless one of the Kozlov buddies wants to sort of upset that situation and get the win, stage win. And Daniil Kozlov makes it to the final. So yeah, he's automatically better than his result, I have to say. In this stage is automatically better than it was in the test stage. Because, of course, in the test stage he got 3rd place, I think I'm right saying. And here he is, guaranteed 2nd place, maybe even 1st. We'll see about that. And now, of course, we're gonna have battle for 3rd place. After it, we're gonna have the big one, the finals. Anyway, Daniil Kozlov and Alex Orlov. Daniil Kozlov shoots out of the gate. His car does have more pace, it seems, than Alex's Sylvia. But Alex makes a good transition on the door to the touch and go 3/1 and follows him closely. It's a very close transition again, but he has just very little angle coming out of touch and go 4/1. Manages to keep the proximity, yes, but maybe at this, again, stage of competition, if you have to sacrifice the angle that much, it's a bit too much, maybe. Well, it is in my opinion. So we'll see how he can get on in the lead. And this time, Daniil Kozlov, maybe losing proximity for a bit there in the touch and go 1/2, Again, very close transition. Some contact also. He blocks the final transition. I was gonna say it looks like his very long car isn't gonna fit there, and it sort of didn't. And that's gonna be a major mistake for Daniel. Of course, not gonna come unnoticed. Alex managed to continue, of course, that's a good thing. So that blocking of the transition didn't cause for Alex to go straight on or to spin. But still, it's just, I understand what he was trying to do, but when you're competing, especially if you're doing like the same car full season, I'm not sure that he is actually, I don't know, but if you're doing a lot of driving in the same car, you have to know its sort of length, its width. You have to feel it, how much overhangs you have in the front, in the rear, and everything like that. But it seems like, strangely enough, for me, that it is going to be one more time between these two, despite the major mistake by Daniil. Boys are back at it again, and as we can see, there are some difficulties for Daniil in terms of catching up to the leader in that first outer zone, and of course he does catch up to him on the transition, but at this stage you have to be very close all the time, otherwise you're gonna lose. I think Alex is going too wide there, maybe caused by the contact made at the start of that last outside zone, and then I'm gonna change around and see whether they can get a definitive answer to the question, who is gonna be third place finisher. Again, Alex sacrificing lots of angle in that first zone, and Daniil maybe correcting the car a bit too much in the touch and goes, in the 3/1 touch and go, but Alex is following him very closely in that last part of the track. I'm not sure how the judges are gonna look at the major angle difference and also at the sort of inconsistency in terms of the proximity in both these runs in sort of like the area of 3/1 and so on. So of course we have time. It is actually very late already, but we're getting closer to the end of it. Actually, some people are still watching, so I guess hi to everyone who's still here. Yeah, that area, like I said, like straight from the beginning, 3/1 presents probably the biggest challenge, because a lot of people, like Daniil did in his chase, he shot there with a lot of momentum and sort of tried to get close with inertia of his big Nissan Laurel. I don't think it actually weighs more than the Sylvia, because it's like 1250 or something like that, so it's pretty much the same. But anyway, so he tried to get close to the leader by shooting his car out of the transition, but then he just sort of stalls there, And yeah, it is going to be Alex Orlov who gets the win. And becomes the third place finisher in the first round of ISDCC YoungStars. Congratulations to Alex. Nice try to Daniel Kozlov. Really nice try. Managed to get so far into the competition from 23rd place in quali to a 4th place finish in the event. That's very good progression. Honestly, yeah, I think it's very deserving. But now we're gonna have the big one. We're gonna have the finals. We're gonna have Daniil Makarov, first place qualifier in the finals, and his opponent is actually not there yet, somehow. But it is gonna be Danil Kozlov in the Subaru Forester. He's pulling up to the line, and gonna find out whose custom car is the fastest and who can handle it the best. Daniela, of course, demonstrated that he can be so much in control in the chase and very much wide open in the lead. And Makarov, of course, was very good in the lead because he got first place in qualifying. They're both very good at using left foot braking. And yeah, what can I say? I'm gonna leave it up to them to find out who is the winner of the first round of this brand new championship. Brought to you by DUDAREV Motorsport, Zoom Racing, Makarov Design, Drift News, and our own ISDCC 3D livery and modeling and livery designing. Check out everything that I just listed in our Telegram and our Discord as well. Yeah, quick overview. First place qualifier, third place qualifier ended up in the finals. No real surprises there. Let's go. Again, braking to initiate by Daniil Makarov and Daniil Kozlov. And there's a wall there. No. Crashing into a wall in the finals is not what you want to do. But Daniela keeping composure, keeping it cool, transitioning. As I said, he's the master of being close and not correcting the car one single bit. Very close chase. I'm not sure what happened there on the wall because it looked like Daniil just crashed on his own. It didn't look like I'm gonna call them by the last names because they are very similar first names. So it didn't seem like Kozlov hits him or anything. So we're gonna see whether Kozlov makes the same mistake, and it's a big initiation there by Makarov. He's too much on the inside. Left foot braking by both these guys heavily. Kozlov was so wide there. I don't think I've seen anyone that wide, and it's very close to the wall. Doesn't crash though. So it's automatically better than Makarov. At least so far. Makarov, though, is very, very close. He's right on the door through the entirety of the course. Very, both runs deserving to be the runs for the final battle of the day. I think it's just, that unfortunate mistake by Daniil Makarov is gonna be a big part of the decision. Maybe I'm wrong. I've called many of the decisions today, and they ended up to be completely wrong somehow. But it does seem like, I've watched the replay as well, it does seem like Makarov just sort of forgot to turn the wheel. I don't know, didn't rotate the car enough at the end of the wall there. In the touch and go 1/6. And so that sort of led me to the conclusion that it was ultimately his mistake and his only, and Danilo has nothing to do with it. He actually managed to, Danilo, I mean, Kozlov, managed to, as I said, keep his composure, sort of continue his run and continue following closely. Of course, Makarov had, if you look at every part of the track, Makarov had a closer lead, but that's largely because Kozlov had to brake there at the end of the first wall to avoid anything, unwanted, any contact, any sort of driving mistakes of other matcher and stuff like that. Or maybe he was just being, safe because he realized that Makarov made a mistake, and if he can sort of finish the chase run with relative proximity and then do a solid lead run, then he would be golden. And there's no need for banging the door every inch of the track. Maybe that's what was going through his head. But of course, I have no way of telling. It's just my sort of imagination and my thoughts on the subject. Might be true, might be entirely false. We'll see whether... well, judges are taking a very long time. I'm not sure why, because Danilo didn't have any major mistakes, and Daniil did. So I'm not sure why it is taking so long. But anyway. I think obviously what has to be said is both Dans are very much deserving of the stage win. Of course, Makarov demonstrated both in quali and in tandems in his corresponding group that he was very fast, very precise, and Daniil Kozlov, on the other hand, of course, again, very deserving, and demonstrated that he was also fast, so much in control. I think he was the driver that had the most control over the car in the entirety of the field. Like, no one could get close to that level. Maybe that's just my opinion, of course, but it does look like it from at least from trackside camera. Of course, I don't necessarily know what sort of input they're using. If they are on controller, it doesn't matter how they're driving. And that's not my opinion. Oops. I think the new Makarov is on controller, actually. I'm not sure about Kozlov, because I haven't talked to him, at least yet. But Daniil Makarov showed me his S15, also 4G63 powered, and I still haven't driven it, so maybe I should. The thing is, with that contact, by Makarov is, I think, again, in real life, it wouldn't be that much of an upset to his line, to his angle, because obviously he hit the wall with the overhang of the famously long E92, and in real life, of course, that would be at this level of competition either plastic or carbon Kevlar. And strangely, again, all three judges voted for one more time. So we're gonna see the finals again. Actually, one of the judges voted for the new MAKAROV, which is even more strange. But anyway, at least that gives us more action, I guess. Danila Kozlov choosing to have quite a bit of a run-up to the start line. Of course, to have the ability to roll his car, to roll it in, using, of course, the clutch, and then synchronize. Well, we didn't do any of that. I don't know why he bothered. But anyway, signature initiation, heavy left foot braking, very close to the wall there by Daniil Makarov, avoiding hitting the wall this time, in a very close transition by Daniil Kozlov, banging the door there a couple of times. Nothing too crazy, of course, doesn't upset the leader's line. And it is, of course, very close again in the final sector. Very well done by both these drivers. And they're gonna, of course, switch it up, and we're gonna see whether someone makes a critical mistake, or it's just gonna be, again, the tiniest margin that makes the biggest difference. And Makarov there initiating on the inside, bit more speed into the initiation. That part, again, the trickiest part of the circuit, being quite close. Kozlov there with very big angle before the transition. Makarov has to give him a lot of space to transition, and they are finishing. So we're gonna see whether it's gonna be another one more time, or it's gonna go one way or the other, of course. Have some donuts in the pit area, brought to you by our top three finishers, of course, the podium finishers. And yeah, the judges are still deciding. This time, no critical mistakes that I've noticed. And yeah, again, comes down to small points like, if you're the chase driver, do you follow the leader's line? How much of an angle are you cutting? stay close, how close you are, how do your transitions? Are they like very close and maybe even early transitions, or do you do them late and sort of out of rhythm? But again, in the finals, you would sort of expect for both drivers to be top notch and not make any of those listed mistakes. I think this time it sort of makes more sense why the judges would take their time and sort of discuss who was the better driver. And we have one vote for the vote split. We have, I think, yet another one more time. Again, we can only have two one more times. And after that, if the decision comes that it's one more time again, of course, you can't run the one more time. And the decision is going to be based on who was higher in the qualification. So, in the case of these two drivers, it is going to be Daniil Makarov who's going to get the win, if that is going to be the case. I see some, support in the chat for Danil Kozlov. And I would, of course, I'm unbiased because I don't know any of these people in real life, and I'm not cheering for anyone, but I would sort of suggest, that Danilo had the upper hand and he had to sort of get the win. But again, that's just my opinion. It seems like the judges want them to do cleanest runs possible so that there is no need for an IMT decision. Yeah, whenever I see these like OMTs, I always sort of get back to the moments of some of the finals in RDS. We did have, like, I remember one of the events that I attended personally was the 6th round, I think it was. Yeah, it was 6th round in 2022. So second to last stage at Moscow Raceway, the first event that used the reverse configuration for Moscow Raceway. And there were one more times there for the battle between Andreas Sapov and Roman Tivadar. There were 3 OMTs, and as a result, Roman Tivadar won by OMTs. But this time, it isn't won by OMTs, and Danila Kozlov becomes the winner of the first round of ISDCC YoungStars Season 1. And congratulations to him. Of course, congratulations to Daniil Makarov as well. And, Alex, yeah, we're gonna have the podium, the photos that we're gonna post on our Discord and our Telegram as well. So you can see who took which place and so on and so forth. Yeah, the pictures are taken as we speak. And he's gonna be, again, yet another podium finish for Danil Kozlov. And also it is gonna be his first win. Even if we count the test stage. Yeah, that was an interesting stage. Many OMTs, many controversial decisions, I would say. And ultimately, the 3 strongest drivers from today ended up here on your screens. And yeah, you're gonna see them posted on our socials. This stage, of course, being the first stage, does count towards the championship, so Danil Kozlov is going to be leading the championship for now because, of course, he won. And we'll see how it's going to play out later on in the season. What sort of results can he achieve? And can he sort of hold on to his lead in the standings and maybe become the champion? Or maybe we'll have some sort of an upset. Judging by how close a lot of these battles were today, it is very much possible that we're gonna have quite a bit of a diversity in terms of the winners. But that's a good thing. That's a good thing. That's something to look forward to. So, yeah. Thank you to everyone who's been watching. Thank you to everyone who supports us. Again, shout out DUDAREV Motorsports, Zoom Racing, MAKAROV Design, Drift News, ISDCC, Drift School. You can check them out. ISDCC 3D and Livery Works. You can check everyone out in our Telegram chat and on our Discord by clicking the links in the description. See you in the next one. And yeah, thank you for sticking with us. Until next time, keep drifting.
Wow, it's such a beautiful evening, and it's just...
Sorry.